families and friends of the NPE of you guys that we can help you guys walk through this process. Just getting a better understanding, helping you navigate, the emotional challenges, the relational challenges, the identity challenges that often come along with these kinds of DNA surprises. So, real quick, I want to go through, as you all know, and I know for all of you, sometimes this is very emotionally charged, and I know you guys will be feeling a lot of emotions as we listen to presenters and go off into our breakout rooms and have discussions. So we just want to make sure that we're always remembering that each of us coming in is on a very unique journey of discovery, our identity and a healing journey. Some of us are farther along than others. Sometimes we get triggered. So we just always want to make sure that we engage with kindness and respect and empathy, refraining from, any harassment or discriminatory language or any personal attacks, and just honor the privacy of others too. We want to always, always, always honor that. We know that sometimes as MPEs, we aren't always public yet with this knowledge, and this is a public forum. So we just want to make sure that we are being very conscious of that with one another, and respect just our differing experiences. We all walk this very uniquely. We feel things very uniquely, and our healing journeys, speed is very unique. So we just want to make sure that we're creating a very, very safe and supportive space for all of us as we're going through this. So, our schedule for this evening, we're going to have our first speaker is going to be Jessica. And Jessica, I'm going to, if I say this wrong, Sardinia, or is it Cardinia?
You got it. Sardinia.
Jordania. Okay. I want to make sure I got that correct. So, right. So she's going to be our first speaker here at 6:15. And then we're going to do a really quick community poll and some discussion after that. Then we've got our next presenter at 7:05. Elian Aldine is going to be here. And then we're going to have a small break, 7:45 to 8. And
Eastern
then we're going to
time.
Eastern time,
Eastern time.
yes, which is very important for me. I've been telling these guys, I'm like, I don't know, time zones just make me fog over, and it could be my menopause brain too. I don't know, but and then at 8 o'clock, we're going to have a breakout, our first breakout room. We're going to try and keep it down to, and we'll kind of count how many people we have in here tonight, but we want to keep it at like 4 or 5 people so everybody really has a good chance to kind of reflect on what they've been hearing so far and have a good chance to participate. And then at 8:30, we're going to do a kind of a community share back. So we're going to come all back together and kind of share with each other some of our main points that we're all taking away. And then Bradley's going to close us out a little before 9 o'clock Eastern time and let us get some sleep and process everything we've heard. And then we'll come back here bright-eyed and bushy-tailed tomorrow morning. So the chat is open. So if anybody has questions, we've got somebody kind of monitoring that. I know Bradley put in a document. We've kind of updated the program guide. I know Elian's page was updated a little bit. So to keep that, you might want to open that, take a peek at that if you want to. I always recommend to having a piece of paper and a pencil, pen with you just to jot down some notes so that because sometimes things are going to be coming at you kind of fast. So you can go back and kind of peek at those and see some main things, something that stood out to you, something you have a question on or want to kind of revisit. So um, it's looking like we're getting close there. Without further ado, I'll ask you all to mute as we head into our first presentation. Jessica Sardania, um, Dr. Sardania, she's a doctor, is a family physician, medical anthropologist, author, researcher, and health justice advocate whose work lives at the intersections of identity, race, belonging, and family history. She earned both her medical degree and her doctorate in anthropology from Yale University and has built her career around understanding how social and cultural forces shape human experience. Following her own NPE discovery, she became deeply interested in how a DNA surprise can transform our understanding of family ancestry, race, and selfhood. She currently serves on the board of directors for the NPE network. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Sudania for her presentation, The Man I Call Dad, Researching Non-Paternity Events and the Remaking of Race and Relationships.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Let me go ahead and start sharing my slides. Give me 1 second. Are you seeing a presentation now? Perfect. All right, so I want you all to come on a journey with me. You have a little bit of my background, but I'll share a little bit about how this all ties in. So it is Christmas Day of 2020, and I get a text from my twin brother who just out of nowhere says, I have some good news and I have some bad news. And I'm like, oh, great. Where are we going with this? And he had gotten a 23andMe kit from me for as a early Christmas present. He was like, "Oh, this is on sale. It's Black Friday." Who's familiar with this story? I think we've all kind of fallen prey to that similar, "Oh, it's a deal, it'll be a nice little family gift." Well, that was what he requested, and very conveniently, his results came in right on Christmas Day. So he tells me he has some good news and some bad news. He says, the good news is we're still Italian. The bad news is some other guy is our dad. So, as it turns out, some unnamed 57-year-old gentleman happened to be in this DNA database was our father. And initially, my brother is telling me this is a joke. This has to be some kind of fluke. There is an error here. And I know that I'm speaking to a room of experts here who can drill down to the details on DNA percentages and centimorgans and all of those subtleties that everyone has educated themselves on DNA details. But I look at this just with my own medical background and I just am thinking to myself, well, the DNA doesn't lie, and clearly our parents did. So somebody has some explaining to do. And as it turned out, probing a little bit further beneath the surface, our parents were not fully honest when they said maybe they had a little bit of trouble conceiving and that it wasn't just well, we went through some extra injections to, help with ovulation. It turns out they had entirely accepted donor sperm to be able to conceive us and just entirely decided to erase those details from their functional memory. And not only that, they were very disturbed to learn that the donors that they had agreed to participate in their fertility care, or the actually only donor that they had agreed to participate in their fertility care, did not match the demographics of the person that was came up on this DNA profile. So news all around, surprising for not just my brother and me, but also for our parents. And as I'm sure many people can attest to on this call, much chaos ensued. But my background is that I'm a family physician. I'm currently completing my family medicine residency. I have a medical background, but I'm also an anthropologist. So understanding these intersections of social worlds and health and science is kind of my whole thing. So when this happened to me, I was like, first reeling, gotta care for myself and figure out how am I going to cope and be a whole person and figure out what's going on in my own life and family. But also, what is going on here? And how can we, turn lemons into lemonade? And that was kind of where I saw a little bit of an opportunity to explore. And that was how I first kind of connected with this broader community of people, you all included, and realized, wow, I am not alone. So good. But also, wow, I am not alone. This is really a huge phenomenon. And it seems that it is not just affecting a few dozen people, nor a few hundred people. It is affecting thousands to potentially millions of people. So this prompted me to make this and applying some of the skills and training that I've had to this question of what what does this mean for folks who've had these unexpected results? And up to a third of people who have done these direct-to-consumer DNA test results have received some unexpected finding. And those surprises may vary in magnitude. So that can mean that you're finding an unexpected sibling or half sibling or other relative that you didn't know existed in your family tree. It can mean that you're recognizing some unknown genetic ancestry. It can mean finding about unexpected health risks. And it can also mean that you are finding that a genetic parent is not the one who raised you, which is why many of us are here today. And that the implications of that, it's like, well, am I wearing my Lederhosen or am I wearing a kilt? Or are there truly kind of dramatic fallout? And I include this news article because this was very local to me in Connecticut, because there was a physician who was engaging in fertility fraud, or what some people have called medical rape, by using their own sperm samples to inseminate their patients without their consent. And this is something that is the reality for, unfortunately, for people who have found this as a result of DNA testing. And tragically, this is not just the case in Connecticut. It has happened throughout the United States and in Canada and elsewhere. Non-paternity events range from 1% to up to 30%, depending on the community, with an average of around 5%. But keep in mind that, again, depending on where you are from and what the social situations are, it is much more prevalent or much less prevalent, but pretty much in any room that you're sitting in with, think about an auditorium. If we were sitting in an auditorium, and obviously we have selection bias here, but it would basically be statistically impossible for there not to be an NPE among you. So think about that next time you're in kind of your lecture hall, corporate meeting, things like that. People think that they know who their parents are, and many of us actually don't. And obviously, I'm talking to an audience who is quite familiar with that, but recognizing that this is quite a common phenomenon. What I have come to be interested in, and I've started having conversations over the past year with many of you all, is how these test results reshape our ideas of relationships, of our racial and ethnic identities, and of our health risks. And the research that has been done so far, a lot of it is we've seen some memoirs, we've seen more psychology research that is looking into the mental health and emotional impacts, and some ideas about kind of the legal climate around these issues. But these specific ideas around these broader social impacts is where what I'm doing right now is trying to kind of delve a little bit further beneath the surface. So what I'm trying to get a sense of is, how do these unexpected DNA results, including NPE events, shape or reshape existing kin relationships, meaning those relationships with your social family, with potential connections with biological or genetic family. What are these emotional responses? But also, how do people cope and rebuild their futures? How do DNA surprises change ideas around privacy with respect to sex and intimate relationships, reproduction, family origins, gamete donation, meaning sperm and egg donation, and how people build families and what their ideas were about how those families were built in the first place, and also how we understand our social, racial, and ethnic identities. And like I said, I have been having conversations and interviews with folks like you over the past year, and I've been learning a lot. So I've been doing interviews with folks who've received these DNA surprises. I've been doing some participant observation in support groups and online. I've been doing media analysis of online content, YouTube videos, news articles, posts on Reddit, and so forth. And then my hope is after I have kind of a bigger source of data to go from, and in collaboration with the NP network, is to do what's called participatory action research, where the aim is to inform legislation, and kind of greater accountability for these DNA testing companies. So I wanted to share little quotes that have come out of my interviews because I think that these are informative and I'm curious to get people's thoughts and reactions to them. And I think it's important to share that some folks' responses range from trauma to gratitude and appreciation and validation. So one person shared with me that their mom turned their dad's family against me. She would tell me like ugly things. She'd be like, "Oh, well, your dad doesn't want you here no more, and I don't want you here, so you should leave." After that DNA result came out. And another person shared that I met my brother, and it was like we'd known each other forever. I was born on May 17th, 1963, and he was born on May 17th, 1970. And he saw me and he goes, "Wow, you look more like our father than any of us." I mean, we have the same mannerisms. It's like something you can't even explain. I didn't know him for 52, 53 years, but I'm just like the guy. I also was interrogating a little bit about what have the legal conversations been and how do people who are actual NPEs feel about it. And many folks have shared with me that they oppose genetic testing that would amend or inform whose name goes on a birth certificate. And I thought this quote was interesting because it speaks almost to a feminist argument regarding this, saying that women need to be believed, that kind of this conversation around genetic testing goes into the territory of shaming women. This runs the danger of supporting ideas that women are untrustworthy. And then I didn't pull out some good quotes because there were so many, honestly, that I had to filter through. But with respect to racial and ethnic identities, DNA can often affirm new identities, new connections. But if folks have been holding on to a sense of who they are based on their culture or social roots or family connections or what they practice or what they believe, that DNA doesn't change that part of who they am, that people may feel that there is a sense of like, well, am I an interloper or a traitor to this because my DNA says I'm something different, but that doesn't really change their sense of who they fundamentally are. I wanted to share that I am learning that there is so much interest, and I am one person, and I am needed to get more help because I've had a lot of people, I've had like over 250 people say that they want to talk with me. And to date, I've only been able to complete a few dozen interviews because I've had so much interest and I still want to talk with more people. And I'm still trying to figure out how I can multiply myself and make more hours in the day to do this. But I still want to talk with all of you. So if you are interested in chatting with me, please, I'll share a link that you can share your information with me, but definitely encourage folks to share their perspectives because the more information we have, the more diversity of perspectives that we have, the more I feel that we can do. And I'm really also curious about if you feel like I shared some things and you're like, that is not me at all. I want to hear from you. I also am particularly interested because these are the stories that are the other side, if you will. So if you are on this call and you're like, yeah, my mom was the one who had that affair and this my DNA test exposed that. If your mom is willing to talk to me, I want to hear her side of the story, because that is also really important for kind of thinking about what comes out of this. Similarly, if there are, people who are involved on the other side of donor conception, I'm interested in talking to those folks as well, because I think that is another important perspective that, again, is the other half of our experience as NPEs. But I think is anything that comes of this in terms of thinking about action, I think is it's a different piece of the puzzle that is important to consider. And then I hope to be able to put together opinion pieces, journal articles, things that I know that just from doing this work that, people with lived experience, like we're going to rattle these cages. We're going to be out here talking about our experience as much as people feel comfortable. But just knowing that, like, once I got some fancy letters after my name, people started paying attention to other things that I've been talking about as an activist for years. So similarly, I'm bringing that energy to this space and trying to use whatever cultural capital I've accumulated to this issue, and hoping that I can bring in everyone's perspective to be able to get folks to pay attention. And I don't want to do that alone because I am just one person. And I think that everyone giving feedback on it is critical. So I'm hoping that once we get more things generated from this, that I can, turn to you all as a community and say, did I get it right? With that, this is a survey that I have, and I've been getting folks information from it, and I've been reaching out in batches to do interviews with people. So that's a QR code that you can scan that if you are interested, you can fill that out, and then I will reach out to you. And again, it's like been every 3 months or so that I'll reach out and schedule a batch of interviews. And that is just an animation, I suppose. And I just wanted to share that while this is unexpected for everyone, I have been so honored to be part of this community because everyone has been so gracious and thoughtful and supportive and warm. And I while I would have never wanted this to happen to anyone, it has brought me so close with just a beautiful group of people. And like I said, I am trying to just bring what I can, give what I can to this community. And the way that I'm doing that is how I know how to, which is as a researcher. So I'm doing this research project. It's supported by the National Science Foundation, and my hope is that we can do something to bring awareness and attention and support and resources so that people have an easier go of it, any time in the future. So I would love to open the floor to questions, thoughts, comments, and just want to thank you all again.
Okay, our next presenter is Elian Aldine. Elian also serves on our board of directors. She is the CEO of Cultures International Media Group, host of Cultures TV, and publisher of Cultures Magazine. And if any of you have not had a chance yet to look at that online, it's fantastic. You will understand more why after you hear her speak, but it is amazing. She's an award-winning writer, entrepreneur, and cultural intelligence expert who has dedicated her work to helping culturally fluid individuals better understand and embrace their unique identities. Today, she'll introduce us to cultural intelligence, or CQ, and walk us through how it can help us navigate newly discovered cultural, ethnic, or religious identities following a DNA discovery. Please welcome Elian Aldine.
Hello,
Hello.
how are you? Oh gosh, why am I so blurry? Let me see. I don't think I have any filters on my thing. Let me check. Wow. Well, I'm blurry on my side. Am I blurry for you all?
It just looks
Yeah,
like your background is blurred.
Oh,
yeah, your
okay.
background.
On my screen, it looks like I'm blurred and the background is blurred,
You're
but
a little ethereal, a little bit.
let me try to see if I could fix that because I'm not sure I'd be able to see the presentation. Give me a couple seconds. Thank you so much for that intro. Very nice. And that music. Yeah, I don't have a blurred background. I wonder what's happening. Um, I don't know. Okay, well, we'll just go with this. Maybe I'm more angelic than I realize. So, do I have the ability to share the screen? Okay, great.
Yes,
Thank
you
you.
you should have the ability to do that.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. So, here we go. I was trying to get a video to play that is part of the presentation or and it won't play from the actual presentation, so I will have to get out of it at that point and then play it for you and come back. All right, so thank you everybody. I'm very excited to be here. So excited to meet you. I will be talking today about easing the shock of newly found cultural identity using cultural intelligence. As they said, my name is Elyen Aldine. I am thrilled to be here and I'm thrilled to be on the NPE board. So before we get started, I just want to address where we're going tonight. So we'll talk about why I'm the one doing this presentation. Then we'll chat a little bit about cultural fluidity, which is my expertise. Then we'll talk about emotional intelligence and cultural intelligence. Afterwards, we'll go into why this can work for you and your situation as an NPE. So, why me? Why this? Why now? I personally was raised across 5 continents and 7 cultures. I know what that search for community, belonging, looks like, and I know how to build it. And that's what we build in our community at Cultures in terms of the people who come to us. So we work with unique cultural identity. So people who feel like they are not in one world or another. I have 30 years in media. And with that, I help people feel seen. Stories I've learned over that time help people feel seen, heard, and understood. So it's really important to own your story and voice your story if you're able. As a university professor, I taught cultural fluidity, cultural intelligence and emotional intelligence at the university for over a decade. And as you heard, I'm the founder and CEO of Cultures, where we focus on community and connection for 238 million people. And if you include mixed race people, with which some of you may be based on some of your findings, that's almost a billion people. So for you, that's why I'm here. But for you, your shock probably came with one test. It was just one result, one phone call, perhaps. And people like me leave home. We live in different cultures, in different continents. We don't necessarily have home in the traditional sense, but we've learned how to create home. But for you all, home changed the shape that's around you. Most likely, you thought you knew what home looked like, and now that looks different. Of course, you know you're not alone in this, people on this call for one, but also there's 30 million people plus who are around the globe and they've taken this consumer DNA test. And many of them, 1 in 33, have discovered a parent that they didn't expect. So 3% of 23,000 odd people were surveyed and were shocked by the results. This is why we come together in this community, and it's one of the fastest growing identity communities on the planet. So according to psychiatric research, with almost 1,000 NPE surveys, this is what they feel. And I have a feeling that this will help ground what you're feeling as well. And what you're feeling is real. Most NPEs, or a lot of NPEs, have elevated depression, elevated anxiety, and elevated panic symptoms. They're all significantly higher than people who never had a discovery like this. And this is a documented response. This is documented by the research, by clinical studies, and the thing with having a foot in two or more worlds is there's the sense of grief. And for us, for you, that grief didn't have a funeral. You know, there's no place for people to bring a casserole to help you through this new discovery that you found, who may even understand that you're grieving the loss of what you knew as home, grieving the loss of what you may have felt was family, and trying to wrestle with your new family or your new discovery. So researchers describe the NPE discovery as akin to bereavement. And that mourning story, not very many people can see. I have one of the reasons I'm on the NPE board, I have a number of friends who've had these discoveries, and it always surprises me how many people cannot understand where this grief comes from. So tonight I'm going to give you a number of tools that hopefully can help you through that. And we'll start with emotional intelligence first. So tool number one of emotional intelligence, it's really about perceiving, understanding, and managing your emotions, yours and others. This is research that was done by Salovey and Meyer, and it was popularized by Goleman in the 90s. I've done a number of presentations on emotional intelligence, and we'd be surprised how many people don't take the time to try to understand their own emotions and that of those around them. So EQ grows from 5 roots. Now, I'm forgetting the name, Corn Ferry. Corn Ferry is an organization, a business organization that works in HR, and they've identified maybe about 22 different areas that go toward EQ, but they all stem from these 5 roots. Self-awareness, which is to know what you actually feel. Self-regulation, and that's when you can take in any stimuli and pause before reacting. Self-motivation, of course, most of us can understand that. That's being able to move without having to be pushed into something. But empathy is so key. And many people struggle to define what empathy is, but it's really the ability to feel into another person's reality, to get a picture of where they're going and what they might be feeling or seeing that's different than how you would necessarily see or feel. And then the social skill that comes around that. So to put it, all of those items to work and work among yourself and the people around you. So it's been said that experience is not what happens to you, it's how you interpret what happens to you. So I'm hoping these tools can help in the interpretation after having this discovery. So let me scoot out for just a second, and I will play the video that kind of shows what low EQ can look like, or someone who's still developing their EQ can look like.
Emotional intelligence from someone with a master's in clinical psychology. Number one, They only focus on the situation and can't see the person's
See the
experience.
screen.
In every conflict, they obsess over the facts and who did what. They can't handle the
Okay, let's try this. Can you see it now?
I can see it now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
reality of the other
Start it
person.
again.
Emotional intelligence from someone with a master's in clinical psychology. Number one, they only focus on the situation and can't see the person's experience. In every conflict, they obsess over the facts and who did what. They can't handle the emotional reality of the other person, even when it's obvious. Their logic bias overrides empathy and it ruins any chance of connection. They focus about being right, which is the only thing that matters. They never consider what you feel. Number two, they only say what they feel like and never how they actually feel. Instead of being vulnerable and honest, they lash out with accusations. It sounds like, I feel like you're being annoying, which is judgment, instead of saying, I feel hurt, which is truth. Accountability rattles the entire identity. They use words as shields because they're too scared or unaware of their actual emotions. Number three, they are highly reactive and blame everyone else for their problems. They don't pause, they deflect and point fingers. Low EQ means they never own their part of the conflict. Whenever they feel, they dump it on you immediately. It's not being a straight shooter or brutally honest. It's poor self regulation and poor personal accountability. This creates massive walls wherever they go because they can't fix a problem they refuse to admit they're a part of. Self awareness is the only way out of the cycle. And if you recognize these in yourself, it's time to stop looking at everyone else and start looking in the mirror.
Okay. Thanks for your patience while I pull the presentation back up. Oh, and it starts from the beginning. Okay. So 3 signs of someone who has an underdeveloped or a lower EQ from the video. When they choose facts over feelings. This, you may see this in yourself or in people around you or in your new family or the family that you grew up with. Obsessing over who did what binds blind to the person's experience, binds you to the action. So someone may say, I feel like you lied to me. I feel like my whole life has been a lie. Instead, what we can do is say, I feel hurt, which is the emotion behind the fact. So whatever has happened, whatever anyone did, really it's rooted in hurt. So focusing on the feelings makes a difference. 2, judgments in disguise. I feel like you're being angry, dismissive, combative. Those statements are verdicts. Whereas again, I feel hurt is truth. So think about whether someone in your family or around you is doing this to you or whether you're doing this to other people. Instead of closing doors by making statements that are verdicts, we can open doors by being a little bit vulnerable. And I know it's tough at a time like this when you're in shock, but that vulnerability helps open doors and showing the person that the emotion behind the action, that you can choose truth instead of judgment, makes a difference. And it helps typically open doors for everyone. And number three is reaction, deflection, and blame. So when people don't pause and think through one and two, and there's no accountability, no ownership, there's walls. And so how do we pause and make sure that we open a door rather than bump into a wall? And sometimes we don't have control what others can do, but we have control over what we can do. So if you flip the script on this emotional intelligence part of your journey, you can choose facts over feelings and see the person and hopefully get that person to see you as well. Instead of making a judgment in disguise, really hone in on the feeling. What is that emotion that you feel? You might need to journal it. You might need to pause and think, what is this? Where is this anxiety coming from? Why is my heart racing? Why do I want to burst into tears? Find the root behind, and that is the feeling. Instead of reaction, deflection, and blame, take that pause and own the words that you might have and only your words. The words of others do not reflect on you. So have the boundary where you are not holding what they may say onto you or put onto you, but you can pause and think about your own words. So again, I feel like you lied to me my whole life can close a door or closes many doors. Whereas I feel hurt and I really want you to understand can open those doors. So emotional intelligence reads people who share your culture. And that typically means your current family. So that's the rub. Your new biological family may not share that culture. And here's what I mean. Reframing it, a DNA surprise isn't only a family event, it's an identity and a cultural event. So the new family, as an example, wherever you grew up, you may know, oh, a raised eyebrow at the dinner table means this. Bringing food at a certain event means this. Acting a certain way at different junctures means a certain thing. But in your new family, that's a completely different culture. Those things may mean different things. And now you have to learn them. And you have to bridge that gap between the family you grew up with and your new bio family, potentially. So here's where hidden diversity comes in. And Dr. Paulette Bethel is presenting tomorrow on the messy middle. She and Ruth Van Rieken, they are the two that came up with or coined this term, hidden diversity. And it's a diversity of experience that shapes a person's life and their worldview, but it's not readily apparent on the outside. So you look the same as on the outside. For instance, the family you grew up with, you don't look any different potentially. They think you're the same person, but your entire story has changed from the inside. At Cultures, it's actually why we have CULTURS in our name. The hidden E comes from the hidden diversity of the people in our population. And in your case, in the NPE experience, it was hidden even from you for a long time until you had this surprise. So Ruth Van Rieken, that I just mentioned, who coined the term with Paulette Bethel, Dr. Paulette Bethel, she has more than 60 years, or the industry has more than 60 years of third culture kid research. That's what it's called. So Ruth is the author of a book, and she, along with David Pollock, and then a researcher, Ruth Useem, way back 60 years ago, started all this. And even before that, the US military did a lot of research on belonging and being between worlds. So the research for TCKs, I would be surprised if some of you didn't feel this way. They tend to feel like they belong everywhere and nowhere. So they're connected to many worlds. If you think back to my situation, I grew up on many continents in many cultures. So I'm connected to each of those, but I don't feel fully owned by any. And now with your new discovery, you may feel connection to different worlds and at the same time disconnected to both worlds. The loaded question for TCKs is, where are you from? And that doesn't have a short answer. Typically, even with me, it's been many decades. I'm almost 60, and I have to pause. Sometimes people catch me off guard. How about some of you? Do you have that same pause now that you didn't have before? Does it blindside you every time? Did the change of identity and the surprise make a difference? And now you can't fully answer that question. And then we get to the unresolved grief. This is a divining challenge because these losses for TCKs, moving from place to place, leaving people and family and your favorite coffee shop and your teacher, those losses often aren't recognized and they're usually not mourned. And what about you all? What did you lose when you gained your new family? When you gained this surprise? Were those losses ever mourned? They've been studying this actually for 70 years, if we think about the military first, and 60 years in research. So they've been studying you and your experience. They just didn't know it was for you as well. So with Van Rieken's cross-cultural kid model, the circle is fairly wide. It includes adoptees, people of mixed heritage, immigrants, people who were donor conceived, and also, as I've mentioned, third culture kids. And now, not parent expected. So with the 238 million people I mentioned before who live outside their passport country, that is cultural fluidity when you can go back and forth. That country would be the largest on earth. It would be number 4 and the size of Canada plus Australia times 4. All of us, we're not between worlds. We are the bridge between those worlds. And also, if you include mixed race people, with which some of you may have found out that you are, that's almost 1 billion people. So tool number 2 that I'll give you for your toolbox, it's EQ's global cousin. The first tool is called emotional intelligence, excuse me. The second tool is cultural intelligence, the capability to function effectively across cultures. This has been studied since 2003 around the globe. It's a capability that was built. People aren't born with it. It's something you can learn. And that's important in your case because these may be some chops that you have to develop. And you can. There's 4 capabilities. So there's drive, which is your motivation, knowledge, your understanding, strategy, which is your plan, and action, your behavior. So when you think about drive, what is your motivation? You can choose curiosity over dread. And this goes back when we think of emotional intelligence as well. How do you sit in the story? How do you present the story? How do you have empathy for another story? And when you pause before reacting, you have the opportunity to choose curiosity over dread. You can name what you want. The answer is the connection the medical history that you might be looking for, or the peace. They call this your why. So what motivates you? That will be your fuel. And give yourself permission to go slowly. Motivation doesn't have a deadline. The DNA isn't going anywhere. So as much as I present these aspects as they can be done, it might take you a while to get there. And give yourself that grace. You can take as much time as you need to get where you need to go. To try to trade that dread for curiosity. Instead of why was I lied to? What might I find that's mine? And that's where that emotional intelligence growth helps you with this as well. The dread isn't necessarily unfounded, but the choice is yours, and the choice gives you the power to move forward differently. So start small. You can do one thing, search for one song, one recipe that's part of your new family, part of that new culture that you didn't grow up with and maybe so different from yours. That confidence, it grows in those small wins. Second, for cultural intelligence is knowledge. This is your understanding. And that knowledge, again, it goes back to the confidence as well. That knowledge shrinks fear. So learn the new heritage. Is it food? Is it music? Possibly faith, history? And that's important because if you have a new ethnicity that's part of your being that you didn't expect, understanding and learning that history of those people beyond your family, of that ethnicity, gives you power, gives you knowledge to know why other people may feel differently than you do, or be empowered to learn more and understand where feelings that you may have and you didn't know where they came from. That's it. They say that our ancestors, 4 generations back, we have their emotions in our bodies. So maybe knowing that history can answer some questions that you always wondered. Or is it the humor? I mean, hey, we know Brits have different humor than Americans and also around the world. And same with families. So if it's different than yours, how do you learn to absorb what you don't fully understand at first? So be a loving student. This is information, it's all yours. It's for you to learn and to shrink that fear and gain that confidence. So again, learn the family's culture. Every family is its own small country. So again, just like a TCK, like people like me who grew up in different cultures, going back and forth, man, those transitions can be hard. It's easy to make a judgment when you see certain things in your new culture, which is your new family that makes up this new country that you're not used to. Take a second, again, do that pause and learn what that means in this new culture, in this new family. Relearn it on your own, or relearn your own, excuse me, and observe what they're doing before making a judgment on them. You might be surprised what gifts are there in this new story. And so when you relearn on your own with new eyes, it's still yours. The discovery adds to who you are. It doesn't subtract. It encompasses you, or it can, and create this new, beautiful human, this butterfly who's emerged from the cocoon, and they didn't even know it was a gift that might be given. And let the community teach you. NPE groups like this one, you can go to heritage organizations, there's books, there's language apps. When you go back to that first point and you look at the heritage and the things you might learn, you might be surprised what you can embrace. And again, give yourself time. This is easier said than done. The third pillar, it's CQ strategy, or culturally intelligent strategy. It's your plan. Again, you hear me saying it, and it goes back to emotional intelligence as well. It's that pause, that pregnant pause between the stimulus and the response. So before a first message, maybe a call or even a reunion, consider your opener. What will your boundaries be? Hey, your new family might be huggers, and you might have grown up in a family of action is how we show love. We don't say it. We don't demonstrate it other than in action. So what will your boundaries be? You can set those. That's your choice. Yes, this is your new family, and yes, you may have to adapt, but consider what would your language be to let people know you need some time to switch from what you're used to what now you're a part of. And what will your exit ramp be in case you don't want to go to a reunion? And you could say no, you don't have to. When you make that call before the first message to a potential family, or not a potential, to a family member, what will you say to them? What will your boundaries be? And how can you exit if it's too uncomfortable? Exit gracefully for you and for them, if you're able. And check in. They didn't call back has a million potential meanings. Do your best not to take it personally. Ask before you conclude. And this is just life. We see it at work. We see it in our friendships and our current families. But with your new family, don't immediately take it as it's a hit on you. It might not be anything. They might not have gotten a message. They might be busy. There's a million reasons. Ask before creating the conclusion, and don't take that as something that will add to the hurt. Reflect, journal it. What surprised you? What did you assume? And then think about what's next. And then know when not to engage. Again, you can skip this year's reunion. That could be the highest form of cultural intelligence, knowing your boundaries, when to set them, and not worrying if they bother others. So CQ action is your behavior. How do you adapt without erasing yourself? Adapt to the small things, the greetings, the names. Again, I mentioned the hugs, the food at the table, that could be very different, and that might be a shocker. And how affection is shown. But hold the core things, the things that are important to you, your values, your truth, what you name for yourself. You can adapt instead of feeling like you're auditioning. And curate, borrow what fits. There's things you might love that the new family does, and you don't have to accept all of them. Whatever you is not for you, go ahead and leave it. And hey, maybe in the future you'll want to adapt it. But for now, you're building the identity. You're building your new identity. You are growing into that butterfly. It's your choice. And remember to use and instead of or. The family that raised you and the heritage that you found. It's both and. Again, your choice. This is all about you. One thing I didn't mention is when you think about people that you're working with or your family members, let's say a mother that you might have anger toward, or family that is not reacting the way that you expect, understand that they may have fear as well. And silence that turns really is perceived as lies over time, that silence may have been backed by fear. Understand they may have emotion that they're dealing with as well. That doesn't mean that you have to hold that yourself. It means that you don't have to fold it in as to something that's a rejection of you. So the same study in 2003 that I mentioned earlier also found what protects people, and it's the science of hope. So tell your story. Voice is important. Having voice and acceptance are two protective factors in cultural intelligence. So tell your story to save people, people in this group, for instance. Make it known. Let the emotion out so it's not stored in your body. And also the acceptance of discovery. It's actually, the study found, it's protective to integrate truth without erasing that truth. So again, two things can hold true at once. You don't have to be either or. It can be both. And that actually gives you hope. And that's protective. So voice and acceptance. It's what EQ and CQ build. And the research on harm and the research on healing point to the same thing. And that is hope. So you'll see this is the only slide that's in red. And at cultures, I already told you the missing E stands for the missing cultural identity of our audience that you may feel as well. And our goal is to turn or transform, help people transform from outlier to original. So I'm going to give you 3 moves this month. 3 things that you could do, 3 small steps you can take that can make a difference. 1, say it out loud. Find one safe person in your community and create that voice. Again, voice is protective. 2, learn one thing. Is it one dish, one song, one piece of your faith, just one chapter that's now part of you? That's a step forward. And 3, write your and. I am this and that, not this or. Put it somewhere where you see it as a reminder of who you are and who you choose to be, the family you're born with and the family that you might choose. So we learned about cultural fluidity. Your DNA surprise is a cultural identity event, and you've joined a community that's 238 million strong. We learned about emotional quotient, and that's to name the true feeling, see the person and pause. Accept only what's yours and your cultural quotient as well. To drive, knowledge, strategy, and action, the capability that you build, and you can build that starting tonight. Remember, voice and acceptance are protective. So cultural intelligence helps us turn the clock of shock, or turn the shock of discovery into power of understanding, connection, and belonging. So thank you. Remember, you are not between worlds. You're actually the bridge. I hope that's something you can embrace.
I wanted to I wanted to touch on something you said real quick,
Mm,
and I wanted to do it before the break so we can give our attendees their time. I don't want to take too much of their time, but hopefully some are listening now. You said something about you said grief without a funeral.
hmm
So and I talk about this in my book, Being Blessed is a Choice, that I had an experience that my wife and I had an adopted son who unexpectedly passed away of a pulmonary embolism.
I had one of those, not fun.
Yeah. Um, and unfortunately, 6 months to the almost to the it was that he died 6 months almost to the day after my wife's brother died.
Okay.
Now, both are very tragic, both very unexpected. Changed a lot of circumstances. Both of them changed a lot of circumstances in life. My point is that my wife's brother, it happened so fast. It was in Florida. Her mother had dementia. He didn't have any money, and we weren't able to have a funeral for him.
Mm,
It was very tragic, very sudden. He was my oldest friend. That's how I met my wife. When my adopted son passed away, we adopted him, but he still stayed connected to a lot of his family. And um, so we had his funeral at his grandfather's church, and it's a black church. And it's the first time I'd ever been to a funeral in a black church. And it was a 3 hour emotional roller coaster
Mm.
of happiness and sadness, of stories and people breaking down, and
And food.
and food. And the amazing thing is that when we left the funeral, I felt better. Oh, Jody's back. When when we left the funeral, I felt better about my adopted son's passing than I did my brother-in-law's, simply because I had the ritual to
Yes.
process the emotions and the grieving. So it really the 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 grief without the funeral is that we don't have a ritual to process this, which is part of the reason we're here, right? Which is why I'm glad everyone's here. It's doing this. This is the only substitute we get um, for that. So that it really resonated me with when you said that, and I wanted to share my experience that that's truly what this is. That we don't get that ritual to truly process these emotions like we should.
Yes. And quickly, someone in the comments had said, funerals bring up their own things, and they do. And I don't see that as a bad thing. I think that can be a
No,
good thing because when those emotions are stuck in your body, they create more problems, right? Physical,
yeah,
mental, emotional. And having that process, that ritual, and with all the things that may come with it, gives you the ability to make your choice and choose to go through the emotion and do
that's
with
right.
it what you will rather than have the choice thrown at you. So I
That's
agree.
right. That's right. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Great. I appreciate everyone sharing. I know it's not easy to share, but this is as we've heard everyone's testimony here. It really is the sharing. There's a lot of people in the chat talking about this the first time they ever got to talk to someone about their story, and the more we talk about it, the more it normalizes it. That's the idea behind Freud and Jung's talk therapy. Why we go to therapy, because talking about it gets it out of our heads, from spinning in our heads and out of our mouths, and we can begin to make sense of it and really normalize it. So thank you for everyone who shared in the groups, who shared here publicly. One of the things I'll talk about this tomorrow. I really encourage people, just keep sharing your story. You don't don't keep sharing it to the same people if you want to stay friends with them. But there are plenty of us here in the community who will listen. So um, yeah, but do keep sharing your story. So I want to wrap this up. I don't want to keep you any longer than we have to. We appreciate you spending your Friday night with us. We're very grateful. We had a great response to this. We had a good turnout tonight. We're expecting even bigger turnout tomorrow. So I know I speak on everyone here, behalf of the board members, board of directors here at the NPE Network. We're we're grateful you chose to spend your Friday night with us. And it takes a lot of courage to come. Even if you don't speak, it takes a lot of courage to come. This organization, we've had this conversation a lot recently. The NPE Network is taking a stance that we really need. With this discovery comes a lot of shame, and we've all experienced that. A lot of us are the dirty little secret that no one wants to talk about, and there's a lot of shame behind this. And the only way to eradicate that is to talk about it and be who you are and get out at these events and in the public. And we're not the only one that are doing things like this. There's a lot of other organizations. You can check out our website. We have some resources there. We mentioned some of the resources in your guide. We mentioned on our website as well. There's a lot of activity, and the more activity you get out in the public, don't I don't want to get into this too far tonight. I'll talk about it tomorrow. But there's a moment of recoil that we need. We need to gather ourselves. We need to stand back. But healing is contingent upon getting out and being around people who understand and talking about it and making moves to put your life back together. So we're grateful that you've chosen to do that with us here tonight. I want to thank Jody, Jessica, Dr. Sardania, Eliane, and Stephanie, the other moderators, and the entire NPE Network team. I don't know if anyone has paid attention that all of your presenters this weekend are all NPE Network board members. We have a dynamic board that I'm very excited to work with. I'm the newbie. I just came in. I mean, I've been involved with this organization for about 7 years, I guess, 8 years. But I just came in on the board, and I came in with this team of just amazingly talented people, and we're putting together we have a lot of cool stuff that we're trying to line up to serve this community, and I'm very excited about it. All right, so one thing that I'd like you to do as you leave here is a moment of reflection, and this is a rhetorical question. It's something I want you to think about, um, through tonight as we head in tomorrow. But I want you to ponder on the one insight, idea, or realization that you're taking away from this evening, and really give it some thought. I know this is emotional. It's going to be an emotional weekend. We're going to do a lot more what I call emotional heavy lifting tomorrow, and it's important that you take care of yourself. So I don't want you to dwell, but I do want you to ponder. I want you to think, especially before you go to bed. Maybe when you wake up tomorrow, the unconscious has a way of processing things, and it might help you start to find some answers in the morning, or even more questions in the morning that you'll bring tomorrow that maybe you didn't have. And undoubtedly those questions will be answered tomorrow. So just give that some thought tonight. What is one insight, idea, or realization that you're taking away from this weekend? So tomorrow we're going to move into more from the discovery and more into the healing. And Elian talked a little bit about that tonight. We're going to expand on some of that tomorrow, and really maybe not expand, but kind of complement some things that she said. We're going to go more from the confusion to understanding, and really in going from survival to empowerment. And that's one thing this organization is really taking a stance on, is how we can empower NPEs in the community to be able to deal with that. And so tomorrow, Jody Brooks is going to discuss identity, ethnicity, religion, ancestry, and belonging. Bobby Parrish is going to be here from the International Association of Trauma Recovery Coaching, and her presentation is understanding the NPE experience through the lens of trauma. Bobby's an amazing human being that Dr. Bethel introduced me to. I think that's been about 7 or 8 years ago. And I have a great relationship with Bobby, and I have learned a tremendous amount from her. And I think you'll really enjoy her presentation tomorrow as well. Dr. Bethel will be speaking on identity disruption in the messy middle, which will kind of be a continuation, or it complements Bobby's presentation. And then I'm going to come in behind that with owning your NPE experience, which is, I'm going to talk a little bit about self-advocacy and boundaries, and reclaiming your personal agency after discovery. So it'll overlap a little bit with Elian's. I learned a lot from her presentation today, so I might repeat some of it again tomorrow.
And we're starting out with Stephanie.
Oh, I missed.
It's okay. You mentioned it earlier. We're good.
Yeah. Stephanie's first tomorrow.
Yeah, Stephanie's first tomorrow. Stephanie is on, help me out here, Stephanie, relationships.
Right. How it impacted my marriage specifically.
How it impacted her marriage. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry about this, Evan.
This is, of course, is a worldwide organization, and it's already tomorrow.
John's in Australia.
Thank you for hanging out.
It's been great. I won't see you tomorrow because I think you start about midnight my time, so I'll be in bed. But it's been a great session today. I really appreciate it, and terrific. So
and I would like to acknowledge John, as he's just the past president that Bradley took over from, and was a tremendous resource for us in terms of the board and it moving forward. So thank you, John.
Yeah.
Thank you for your leadership, John. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, John. It's good to see you. I'm glad you came. So, tonight we explored what happened. Tomorrow we're going to go into a little bit more about how we can move forward. So a reminder tonight, take care of yourself, drink some water, get some rest. Don't dwell on your problems. I want you to ponder on your question for tomorrow. Maybe write some things down, journal, if you have a partner you can talk to, reach out to a trusted support person, whatever. Just take care of yourself. This is heavy. and we know it's heavy, but we're going to get through this together. So we begin promptly at 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. Try to get there a few minutes early because we want to get started on time. We want to be respectful and mindful of everyone's time. And again, I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of this community. It's a community that understands. It's a community of advocacy that we're all here to support each other, and that's what makes this absolutely amazing. So, thanks everybody for coming, and hope you have a good night.
See you tomorrow. So, good morning, everybody. We are going to get started, and I hope, as Bradley kind of said, hope everybody got a good night's sleep. There was a lot from yesterday that was so good. So I know my mind was swirling with a lot of the things that I heard and learned. I am going to go through real quick just some little things for anybody who wasn't here yesterday. Just a welcome to this DNA Surprise Virtual Summit. We are so glad you're here. NPE Network is a nonprofit organization dedicated to supporting individuals and families impacted by unexpected DNA surprises, discoveries, traumas. I mean, that all of those words kind of fit what happens when you get that email back from Ancestry or 23andMe. So we're just so glad you're here. And then I'm going to just really quickly kind of just do a quick community reminder that everyone attending this event is on a very unique journey. And that's why we're here, because we're kind of just discussing that whole, how it's affected you. And everybody's experience with this is very different and special. And so we want to engage in kindness and respect and empathy this whole entire day, and just kind of refrain from any judgmental language or, trying to tell someone maybe how to feel, because we're just all in this space simply because we spit in a tube. And now here we are with all, sharing this unique experience of learning some very life impactful information. So we just want to honor the privacy of others, because we need to remember sometimes people have not gone public with this information yet. So just honoring our privacy, respecting different experiences and viewpoints, and just help us create a really safe and supportive environment is our goal today, to encourage one another, lift one another up, provide resources and information that we hope you all will find extremely helpful. So on that note, we are going to get started. Miss Stephanie, are you ready?
Yes, I think I am.
Okay.
I'm over here
Okay.
admitting people in. People are just popping in. Yes.
Okay, well, we will take over that, and I want to introduce Stephanie Meyer, our first presenter today. Aside from being an amazing human being, I'm going to read her little bio here, but she has served in leadership roles in public education, community organizations, and volunteer service for many years. Following her own DNA discovery in 2019, she became passionate about helping others navigate unexpected truths about parentage and identity. She currently serves as our vice president of NPE Network. So, drawing from both lived experience and professional leadership, Stephanie brings insight, compassion, and real practical wisdom to the relational challenges that so often follow a DNA surprise. So, please welcome Miss Stephanie Meyer.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I am trying to share my screen. So let's see. All right. Can you see my storm? How my marriage? Can everybody see that?
Yes.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for waking up early this morning to join us. As Jody said, my name is Stephanie Meyer, and I am honored to volunteer as the vice president of the NPE Network. I am an NPE, and I could talk all day about how all the ways this discovery impacted me. But today I want to talk about my marriage. And before I get started, I want to thank my husband, Jason. who gave me permission to talk about all of this, even though it would probably be much easier for him to put that season behind us and never speak of it again. This is my family. My family loves cruising. And this picture of my little family was taken on a Mediterranean cruise last year to celebrate my 50th birthday. And the backdrop is a photo we took on that trip of a Santorini sunset. Tell me that's not magical. But one of my favorites was with my husband. It was our 20th wedding anniversary cruise to Alaska. And the inside passage was so smooth that we never felt like the ship was even moving. The water was like glass, and the grandeur and beauty of Alaska were awe-inspiring. It's like God was showing off his creation, seriously. We have such lovely, fond, and fun memories of that trip. And that calm, easy, majestic cruise was a pretty good picture of our marriage, our relationship for 26 years. We married right out of high school, and I know that seems like a risky move, but it was a giant leap towards stability for me after a pretty chaotic upbringing. The parents that I knew to be mine divorced when I was very young. I ended up moving about 23 times before I graduated high school. And Jason was the steadiest and most faithful person I had ever encountered. We were crazy about each other, and I knew I was safe with him. And so saying yes to a young marriage to him was a no-brainer. I couldn't imagine my life without him. So the next 26 years were really good, and I mean really good. Like all marriages, there were some challenges, but nothing had ever truly like rattled our bond. We had some infertility struggles, but we were blessed with a couple of pregnancies, and I was able to give birth to our two amazing kiddos. And one was in college by this point, and our marriage truly was built on a shared faith in Jesus Christ, friendship, mutual submission, teamwork, and a whole lot of love. Jason was my stabilizer. The same way those big cruise ships are equipped with stabilizers to help keep them from rocking too much. In stormy seas, Jason was steady. Even when my emotions were high, he was calm and kind, and he never let me down. But 2019's DNA discoveries would put that stabilizer to the test. Here's the crazy thing. My sister found out first that our dad wasn't biologically hers. My sister and I are very close, and I was her person. I was right there with her through her confusing discovery, and I didn't take it lightly. I cared deeply. She asked me to submit my DNA sample so she could compare our results. And I can remember one private conversation with my husband before I sent in my test when he implied, in unusual for him, frustration that my sister was blowing up the family with this information. I know this is a common response that I've heard from a lot of other people. Why does somebody have to open that can of worms comment? But I remember him saying that he knew I would handle it differently if it happened to me, and he knew that I would avoid hurting others by keeping it private, just between us. And I didn't know it yet, but this was the first real sign of a storm brewing on the horizon. So the day before I sent in my sample, my mom told me that my results might be surprising. And I don't have time today to tell you the whole story, but I will tell you that society's expectations were different in the 60s and 70s. People's options were different, and they had to make decisions based on the information that was available to them. I'm not here to debate today if they should have made different choices. That's not my topic of discussion. But I will tell you that I have a mountain of grace for my mom, and I love her dearly. My conception was discovered when my parents got back together after a lengthy breakup. A breakup that I was never told about, that they had before they ultimately divorced a few years later. On April 6th of 2019, I was at a family wedding out of town, and I got a notification from Ancestry when I was walking into the ceremony that my DNA results were ready. My sisters and I agreed to meet up in one of our hotel rooms later that night to look at the results together. And the surprise was confirmed. Names of relatives that I had never heard of were some of my top matches. And some of you know just what that moment felt like. And you'll also understand how the confirmation that I was not biologically related to my dad, the man on my birth certificate, it immediately unraveled me. And here's the truth. I've never really been a daddy's girl. He was absent for a lot of my childhood. I've always loved him, and he's always loved me, but it's not like we haven't had an unbreakable bond. And the trauma of this discovery isn't so much about redefining a relationship anyway, right? I think that's hard for people to comprehend. But the real trauma is about a redefined identity. Trauma. You're going to hear a lot about trauma from different voices today. This discovery was more traumatic than I could have ever anticipated. I think of certain facts as foundational, like building blocks at the base of a tower. And the things that I learned when I was very young, things about who I am and where I came from, these were some of the foundational pieces of the building blocks of my identity. And when those pieces were suddenly and violently pulled out of the stack, all the other pieces came tumbling down like I lost at Jenga. And then every single piece had to be carefully inspected and re-verified before it could go back in my brain and accepted as a fact. This was not just an emotional breakdown. I was experiencing a whole-scale, full-on mental crisis. Suddenly, I couldn't trust any facts I had ever learned. I'm not lying. I wasn't even sure if colors were named correctly. I wish I could better articulate how frantically my brain was examining and inventorying every piece of information I had ever learned, every single memory I could access. And lots of those memories were traumas that I had experienced in childhood, things that I had already dealt with in therapy, things I had read books about and offered forgiveness for and reached a place of acceptance with. I had done the healing work. All of that healing wasn't just unwound, it was blown to bits. And I was now feeling all over again every hurt I had ever experienced, and all of them at the same time. And it seemed to hurt so much deeper through this new lens. I couldn't recognize myself. I hear this from others. I avoided looking at myself in the mirror because I was suddenly a stranger. I did not know who I was. My emotions were all over the place and more volatile than I had ever experienced. And needless to say, the skies were growing darker in my mind and my heart, but little did I know, storm clouds were building in my marriage too. As much as I counted on Jason, my husband, to be my stabilizer for over 26 years, he also had expectations of me. And I think it was unsettling, even scary for him, that in my redefined identity, I was unrecognizable for a while. I became self-absorbed. I was sad and I was angry. Jason had seen me sad before, of course, but not like this. This was like I was grieving my own death. And I don't think he had ever witnessed me truly angry, but I was spitting nails. I was angry about every hurt I had ever experienced, every abandonment, every disappointment. And naturally, he was my sounding board. I raged and I word vomited every ugly feeling on him, my safe, steady person. And sometimes I used language that he had never heard me use before. Every angry word made him more and more uneasy. He was struggling with this very different me. Like, who is this person? The pre-discovery Stephanie didn't focus on herself all the time, and she was always more concerned with everyone else. And the truth is, I grew up trying really hard to be invisible. And I think I was still doing it as an adult. So the simple fact that now I was constantly talking about myself and my experiences and my feelings, it was unrecognizable to him. And frankly, he wanted his old wife back. I'm not sure when exactly I noticed that he was not okay. He's pretty quiet. He doesn't talk about his feelings much. And it's all a bit of a blur. But I kept hearing in my head the words that he had spoken about my sister. And now I was the one blowing up the family. But wasn't I just responding to the bomb that my family dropped on me? I can't explain it, but through all of this, I had a primal need to figure out my true biological origins. And I did some DNA detective work and found my birth father pretty quickly. He remembered his brief relationship with my mom while she was separated from her husband, the man that I believed was my dad. But my birth father never knew that a pregnancy was discovered after my mom broke off their relationship to reconcile with her husband. He took the news of his surprise 43-year-old daughter really well, and I'm grateful that he was eager to get to know me right away. He lives in another state, and so we had to communicate by phone. And very quickly, I recognized in him some of my own personality traits and thought patterns that I had never seen mirrored back by another human before. So me and my starved mirror neurons latched onto this man so fast, and we communicated constantly. And here was more evidence for my husband that something was very wrong. He expressed concerns about how much I was communicating with these new people, my birth father and his sons, my brothers. I had never spent that much time talking to anyone in all our years of marriage, and now all I ever did was talk and text with this new family, mostly my birth father. And believe it or not, Jason and I had never had jealousy in our marriage. I mean, not that I knew of. We trusted each other completely. So I didn't understand how he could be jealous of family, but all he knew was that they were strangers. I remember him asking me to imagine that he was spending all of his time talking to another woman. And I could only imagine that I would be fine with it if the other woman was his mother and that he had been separated from her his entire life. But his jealousy or concerns really confused me. So here we are. Jason has a wife who used to be pretty happy and focused on her household and her family, but now she's sad, angry, and confused and spends all her time talking to strange men. And Stephanie has a husband who's never demonstrated anything but kindness and stability. And he's now expressing jealousy of her new family and not providing the emotional support that she desperately needs and expects. My DNA discovery had spawned a full-fledged, unexpected storm. So I had to start going back to my old therapist as soon as this discovery hit, and she was helping me navigate the trauma. But Jason and I realized that we needed couples therapy as well. And his primary question for the therapist was basically, how long is she going to be this way? Like, I think he actually said, "When am I going to get my wife back?" And I wondered how he couldn't see how hard I was working to put my pieces back together. There was a part of me that wanted to just get in my car and drive until I ran out of road. Everything was too hard. The monumental task of rebuilding my identity was hard enough. And now my safe place, my safe harbor was no longer feeling safe. Did I have to rebuild it too? We both had to figure out what we wanted. And thankfully, we both wanted a healthy, restored relationship. I mean, that is a big ask for someone who's basically a pile of disconnected identity fragments. But we both wanted to do whatever it took to make sure our marriage survived the storm. And the first thing we both had to do was adjust our expectations. You would think that someone with a front row seat would understand what we NPEs are going through. But my own experience with my sister taught me that I was hopelessly incapable of understanding it until it happened to me. I mean, I was there for her. I cared about her. I listened. I empathized. But then it happened to me, and the earth shattered beneath my feet. I didn't know it until it happened to me, so how could I expect my husband to fully understand? I had to do my best to communicate what I was experiencing while also accepting the fact that no one can truly understand if it hasn't happened to them. And then we both had to clearly communicate our needs to each other. I needed him to let me be angry out loud for a while, or I might never be able to process it and heal. I remember telling him that I promised my anger would not be a place that I would live in forever, but it was a place I had to pass through and visit. I could not avoid it in order to make other people more comfortable. I needed him to give me time to work through this. And he needed me to communicate with him more. He wanted some of those phone calls and text messages to come to him. He wanted to still be my person. He needed me to demonstrate that he was still a priority. And I will tell you that what we had was worth fighting for. We chose to fight for each other. There was lots of talking, crying, and praying together. In that season, lots of reassurance was needed from both sides. We went to more therapy together. We went on more dates together. We already had a lot of experience prioritizing each other's needs, but we had to learn to do that now with bigger, harder needs. We somehow made it through 2019, the identity crisis, the marriage crisis, the first time face-to-face meetings with new family, the delicate conversations and relationship challenges with the original family. I didn't even mention how this discovery affected my job performance and led to a career change. And all of this was happening while Jason, my husband, was basically in an 18-month-long on-the-job interview for a major promotion as a lead pastor at our church. I know this might sound terrible, especially given the losses experienced when our world was hit with a global pandemic in 2020. But the stillness that was forced upon me when the world shut down, and the time that I was stuck in my house with the people that I value most in this world, my husband and my 2 kids, was exactly what my heart needed. I will forever be grateful for the timing of that quarantine. We didn't stay locked down in Texas as long as some others did, but the time I had was a time for rest and healing, and a whole lot of baking and eating. I think everybody can identify with that. Jason and my kids and I have all developed relationships with my biological father and his family. We've been able to take a couple of cruises together with them. We celebrated my birth father's 70th birthday at Disney, and we've shared some big events like weddings and graduations. And we've also walked through difficult times with them already, like hard medical diagnoses and losses and struggles. The bonds that we've created are really beautiful and really important. spending time with my new family is helping me figure out who I really am and who God created me to be. Because some of the most sensitive and inquisitive parts of my personality were out of place in my original family, I learned to shapeshift. I learned to perform in a way that fit better. I masked a lot, and I didn't see value in the parts of me that didn't match the family I grew up in, the parts that were not mirrored back. Consequently, I'm very familiar with imposter syndrome. I've never fit in or believed I belonged anywhere. But because I've been given the gift of time with my birth father's family, I'm learning that some of those weird parts of me are just standard issue character traits in that family. They are seen by them as gifts or even superpowers. I'm learning that I am exactly who I was designed to be. And the sensitivity that I've always believed was a trauma response or a flaw that needed to be repaired might just be a gift that I've been given to help me truly see others and meet them where they are. Jason and I will celebrate our 33rd wedding anniversary this year. Both of our kids are fully grown now, and one is recently married to our precious new daughter-in-law. The seas are much calmer now. And so when family and friends heard that I was going to present about my marriage weathering a DNA storm, many were caught off guard and confused. Maybe because I am loud and proud about my incredibly loving husband and the beautiful marriage we share. I mean, he really is a treasure of a husband. Seriously, I am loved so well. And maybe they're confused because we didn't tell very many people when we were in the middle of that storm. But I think the biggest reason people can't make sense of it is because they don't really understand that a DNA surprise can be legitimately traumatic. And anytime someone in a family experiences a trauma, other people in the family are impacted as well. If you're in a relationship that's been impacted by a life-altering discovery or a trauma of any kind, I encourage you to find empathy for your person, your partner. Both of you are going through something. It's not just happening to one of you. And I'd like to say one more thing. That old wife, the one that my husband wanted back, she's gone. I feel like she actually died on April 6, 2019. And maybe that's a good thing, because I don't think she ever really knew or valued herself. I'm still putting my pieces together. I'm still deciding who I am and who I want to be, but my faith in God is still strong. After all, He never left me or let me down. And the deep, abiding, passionate love that I have for my husband remains and grows stronger every day. And now I get the privilege of volunteering my time, helping others who have had the ground ripped from underneath their feet too. Thank you for sailing these waters with me.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. I'm not gonna lie, I'm over here with a little bit of Kleenex. That was amazingly powerful.
Yeah, I just there's a lot of activity in the chat, and it's amazing that we have such interactive participation today.
That's awesome.
It is awesome, and we're not going to be able to get to everyone's comments, but we encourage you to keep chatting, keep connecting with each other. That's exactly what we're doing this for. So thank you. So the reason that I am going to take the next introduction is because we get the pleasure of hearing Jody Brooks speak next and for her presentation. Jody serves as a secretary of the NPE Network Board of Directors, and she does an amazing job. She's a passionate advocate for creating supportive spaces where individuals can explore questions of identity, ancestry, culture, and belonging. Following her own DNA discovery, Jody learned that the father who raised her was not her biological father and uncovered previously unknown West African ancestry. So I would like you to join me in welcoming Jody.
Okay. So this is me now, not hostess, but nervous presenter. But let me share my screen. And there we go. Hopefully can everyone see my screen there?
Yes.
Okay, good deal. All right. First of all, thank you for this opportunity. Much like Stephanie kind of started out, I'm very humbled and blessed to be able to share a little bit of my story with you when I'm surrounded by so many amazing, well-educated people. This is, I'm kind of tucked in here just as more of an experience, perspective. So anyway, I'm so, so grateful to be able to present this to you. When I was telling a friend of mine about my story, she said, hearing you talk about this experience, it's like you're describing this stranger that lives inside you. And so that's why titled my presentation this, The Stranger Within, Embracing a New Ethnicity or Religion After a DNA Surprise. So here's a little bit of what I'm going to talk about. I'm not going to tell necessarily my story like as a whole. It's just going to be kind of sprinkled in as I kind of go through some of these things. We'll briefly talk about some statistics about home DNA testing. Then I'm going to talk about identity synthesis and identity confusion. It's from Erickson's theory of psychosocial development. I got to learn a lot about that when I was earning my master's degree. And it explained a lot of things for me. So that's why I wanted to share it with you. And then why can a DNA surprise with an ethnicity or religious shift be a problem? What are some of the things that we might be feeling? How do we embrace a new ethnicity or religion or culture? And then hopefully we'll have some time for some discussion too. So this NPE experience for me has been like losing a loved one while at the same time welcoming a stranger into the innermost parts of yourself. So my story begins like this. January 10th, 1973, I was born in Charleston, South Carolina on the Naval Base Hospital. That's my mom on the left there holding me, and I'm on the floor there with my dad. And before I go into some more pictures, I know everybody's mic is muted, but I'm going to say it's okay to giggle or laugh at my next pictures as you see them. I giggle and laugh myself, so it does not offend me. But it was obvious I was different. And when I look back, this is probably my favorite picture of my mother and I. When I look back, I'm kind of amazed that this was something that was not discussed a little more in my family and household. There I am with my sister on the left that I was raised with, and then my brother and sister on the right. So for some reason, I never asked any questions and no one ever talked about it. And when I say no one ever talked about it, I mean no one in my family, no one, no cousins, no friends, no relatives, nobody talked or asked me any questions as I was growing up. And no one in my family, my immediate family, talked about it. And that's a whole nother session that we will probably do someday. I'm just talking about how this developed into people pleasing and perfectionism on my part as I was growing up because I look in the mirror, you look at pictures, it's not a hard sell that something obviously was different. And so then you develop all of these personality traits because you're trying to figure out why and what it is. I know for some of you that the day you got your results will be forever ingrained in your head. For me, mine is September 28th, 2018, 3:30 p.m. to be exact. I was at work when the email popped up, your DNA results are ready. And this is what I saw. Now, mind you, after looking at myself every single day in the mirror, seeing my family that I was growing up with, this was still a shock to me, which I always say, because this is how it is a traumatic experience. It doesn't matter what your reality is that you've been living with. When you see things like this, you're like, this is interesting. So I see Southwestern England and Northwestern Europe. And my mom's mom, so on my mother's side, she was always into genealogy. So I'm like, I kind of knew some of this. I'm like, yeah, we're from England. Like this all made sense. And then I start seeing West Africa, and I'm like, wow, that's a lot of Nigeria. That's interesting. And I see this little map, and it's like it's split between these two places. And so, even knowing what I saw every day in the mirror, this was a shock to me. So, all of a sudden, I was forced to add this branch to my tree. I was one of the fortunate ones. Not everybody gets information this quick, but within 48 hours, so I found out on a Friday, by Sunday, I had a name of a biological father. So I've got my mom. She was born in southern Iowa to a poor farmer and his wife. She was an amazing high school basketball player and track star. Went to college to become an elementary teacher, which she was for 33 years. I have my dad, Jim, who was born in central Iowa to a poor farmer and his wife. Didn't get to play sports because he was working on the farm, but he loved all kinds of sports. He was a surveyor in Vietnam in the Navy Seabees, and then he came back to Iowa to farm. And now all of a sudden, I have this other branch that I've got to add. My biological father. He was born to a single mother in extreme poverty in Gary, Indiana. His basketball skills got him a scholarship in college and earned him 3 years in the NBA. You're going to get to meet Dr. Paulette Bethel today as well, but I've always loved this quote that she had. She's like, if I'm not who I thought I was, then who am I now? So why do we do this? Why do we take this test? About 1 in 7, 15% of Americans have said they've taken an at-home DNA test. This was back in 2019, so this number is definitely higher by now. Of those people that have taken one, 87% were wanting to learn more about where their family came from. 36% wanted some medical or health information. A DNA surprise is a trauma by itself. We've all experienced that. But then when you add in an ethnicity or religious surprise as well, it becomes even more complicated. In a qualitative study of around 23,000 adults who took an over-the-counter DNA test, 5% discovered that they were genetically unrelated to one or both of their parents. 8% discovered their parent or parents had a child that they had not previously known about. 12% learned of an unexpected family health history issue. 29% discovered an unexpected race or ethnicity. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about identity synthesis versus identity confusion. Erikson's theory of psychosocial development is a broad concept of identity development through 8 different stages, but it has 2 major sub-concepts. A child either experiences healthy, congruent thoughts and feelings about their identity and is able to combine and connect successfully all of the cultural aspects of their identity, or they experience a lack of integration of the thoughts and feelings they have about their identity, struggling to be clear about who they are, what they believe, and where they fit in. It's really important in child development for a consistent identity to be developed wherever a child is engaged. So, for example, what they're being told at home matches what they see with their friends and what they see and are told at school and any other social situation, whether that's athletic teams, churches, synagogues, wherever you're at. The story needs to be the same. So, for example, of inconsistency. The mirror I looked in every single day was not consistent with what I was being led to believe was my biology. Those 2 things didn't match. No one talked about how I looked different until I got good at playing basketball and started branching out away from my home and my hometown. And then the questions and the perceptions and comments that I got from people were not consistent with what I'd been led to believe growing up. So I definitely felt the identity confusion category. So why can a DNA surprise with an ethnicity or religious shift be a problem? because our sense of identity is built when we're young. And just a disclaimer, this is a theory, like all theories. So, of course, every person doesn't flow through all of those developmental stages. Remember, I said there were 8 of them with fluid, very fluidly or precisely. They can overlap, they're not exact. But in general, we go through 3 natural stages of identity development. Once we're about 3 to 5 years old, when we start to form this identity that is apart from our parents. So we begin to assert control over our lives. Everybody knows the terrible twos and those toddlers that, like, okay, I can do things apart from my parents. Ages 12 to 18, when we develop our core identity. And then again, ages 50 to 65 or so, when we go through midlife crisis. For all of us women, perimenopause and menopause, that lovely time of life. When we look back at our life and we decide if we like who we are and things that we've done, that it can lead to either satisfaction or regret. So it's that stage 5, that 12 to 18, that I want to talk about. So, what happens at this stage? It's when young people begin to develop their sense of who they are in relationship to the world around them, their identity, their core beliefs, values, and ideals. So, remember, there are those 2 categories. Those with good synthesis develop a confidence in their self and their beliefs. They feel in control of their lives. Those with confusion feel exactly that, confused about who they are, about their future, and about their lives. So, why is this stage so important? Well, according to Erickson's model, this stage plays an essential role in developing a sense of personal identity, which will continue to influence behavior and development throughout a person's life. Kendra Cherry, who's a psychosocial rehabilitation specialist, said, "Our personal identity gives each of us an integrated and cohesive sense of self that endures throughout our life. Our sense of personal identity is shaped by our experiences and interactions with others, and it is this identity that helps guide our actions, beliefs, and behaviors as we age." So, back to the 2 categories that either a child had good synthesis growing up or confusion growing up. A DNA surprise affects both of the adults who was in synthesis and the one who was in confusion growing up. Plus, it throws an identity shift into a person's life at a chronological time it's not meant to be. So for me, finding out at 45, heaven forbid that this other DNA surprise happens at the same time when you're in a normal identity crisis anyway. So, this midlife thing, going through menopause. I have children growing up and leaving the house. I was a hot mess to begin with, and then I take this DNA test. So that was a big deal. If you were the child that had good synthesis, much like, Stephanie was talking about, it might look like that Jenga puzzle. So if you had good synthesis, you have this tower that you've built. I loved that analogy when she said that. And they've taken out all the pieces at the bottom and it just crumbles. And so your life is thrown into turmoil. If you were that child who had confusion, you're now finding out why maybe you felt like you never fit in. I'm finding out why I looked in the mirror and, wondered why I don't look like my family. And maybe I was treated differently. I was treated amazingly. I had a wonderful childhood growing up, but there are a lot of people who say they were treated very poorly, sometimes by the father who was raising them because maybe he knew, or by the mother who was aware but is now treating you differently because she doesn't want this secret out. It may disrupt lifelong worldviews or long held cultural or religious beliefs and practices. I have a friend in the DNA community who he grew up Italian. And when I say Italian, Italian, New York City, Italian. And when he got his DNA test back, he is Puerto Rican. And it was like a blow to him. He's like, I don't know what to do with this. I'm Italian. And so it really can be transforming. An identity transformation after unexpected DNA results is often accompanied by intense change in personal and community identity and a shift in identity related to race, ethnicity, religion, family status, belonging, or other facets of oneself. It's incredibly traumatic when the identity we developed was built around facts that weren't true. I always give this example. I consider myself a very, sometimes overly, I try and be in control of, myself, my feelings, all of that kind of stuff. When I got back my results on Friday, I started emailing some contacts, my matches that I had in Ancestry on Sunday. And I went back years later and looked at that email that I sent out to my top few matches. And it said this, dear so and so, my name is, Jody. I hope it's okay that I'm emailing you. I've been thinking about this for a few weeks about whether or not I should email or not, but I really want to know how we're related. So I'm reading, and I went back and I'm like, a few weeks. I literally wrote that in the email. It had been 2 days. I wrote a few weeks. I was completely unaware of time at that moment. It was like I didn't know what was going on. My head was so full of all of this chaos that I didn't even know it had been only 2 days. So when we tell you that it's traumatic and that might be what you're feeling, it definitely is. It's also traumatic when we find out the reasons we struggled to develop a good sense of identity was because major facts about our life were kept from us, oftentimes on purpose. And as I've gone along, I'm 8 years out of this discovery now. And I honestly think the fact that such a big part of my life was kept from me is the part that bothers me most. So, what does it look like to embrace a new ethnicity or religion when you're not maybe white enough to be white, not black enough to be black, or you're too Catholic to be Jewish, but you feel too Jewish to be Catholic, or any variation of this concept? Here are some things that we might be feeling or experiencing. And some of these are terms that you may have either heard or maybe have been accused of doing. Passing, being perceived as white despite being of mixed ethnicities. Have you been passing as one or the other? I have some friends who've had the same discovery as me, but their biological parent was maybe only half black, so that made them maybe only a quarter black. And so they looked white for all intents and purposes. And they have always passed as white. And now they have this information. So do you continue to pass even after you know the truth? What does it look like to change that? I mean, how does that make you feel? These are things going through our minds. Appropriating, which Stephanie kind of talked about that. I'm lost the term that she used there, but it's kind of the same thing. So it's the act of taking something such as an idea, custom, or style from a group or culture that you are not a member of and using it for yourself. Well, can we change how we act, dress, or behave now without being accused of this? I acted and dressed and behaved a certain way all of my life. Now that I know this, do I change something? Should I change something just because I know this now? Were we considered not a member just because we didn't know the truth? So was I not African American before? And then are you automatically a member based on biology or physical appearance now? Um, and the reason I'm saying so many of these is that these are the actual thoughts going through my head. And sometimes I think we don't allow ourselves to say these things for sure out loud because it's like, can I even say that? Can I say, am I a member of the Black community? Is that okay? And this discovery makes us think things that we aren't even sure we have the words for or that we should be saying out loud. Ambiguous loss, disenfranchised grief. We've been talking about this one a lot. Grief that has no definitive boundary or clarity and no clear path to if, how, or when a sense of closure can be found. How do we embrace something new when we can't even grieve what we've lost? We don't even know how to say what we've lost. How do you grieve lost opportunities or time or relationships? So this is, I'm grieving. I've met my biological siblings. I had 7 new ones. How do I grieve the time that I haven't gotten to spend with them? I adore them. We have so much fun when we're together. And I feel such a sense of loss of time that I didn't get to spend with them. How do I explain feeling a loss of connection to family that I'm now no longer biologically related to, but I have a lifetime of experiences with? I have summer times at my grandmother's house with a whole set of cousins that I'm now no longer biologically related to. And everybody will say, he's still your dad. They're still your cousins. They're still family. There is truth in that. Okay. Yes. Because I have experiences with them, a lifetime of experiences with them. They are still my family. But at the same time, I have this sense of loss because I'm no longer tied to them through biology like I thought I was. And now there's also this pigeonhole to have an often unfair idea of what type someone or something is. So, what if what we want and feel doesn't match up with what family, friends, and society say we should be? Because of my discovery, kind of ashamedly, I have paid so much more attention to Black history. One of the things that pops up in Black history is the one drop rule, where one drop means you're African American. Okay. And then, of course, this discovery caused me to say crazy things. I only ever talked to my mother about this 3 times. She doesn't want to talk about this, and that's again a whole other kind of side to my story. But one of the times that I did, I said something absolutely bizarre, like, well, I spent the first 45 years of my life white. I'm going to spend the last half black. I didn't even know what that meant. I was angry and just kind of spouting out things at that time. But at the same time, now that I'm a little farther down the line of my discovery, I've realized I don't want to be just black because I'm not. I'm both. So what does that mean? Can I be both? Do I have to choose now? Do I have to give something up? What if I want to check both boxes and live in both worlds? Is that possible for me? I can still remember the very first time that I checked both the black box and the white box on a medical form. I had always only checked the white box. Again, another conversation from another time because not one person ever questioned me. I would check white, I'd go up and hand it to the nurse, and she's like, okay. Not a doctor, not anybody ever questioned me checking the white box. But again, like I said, another conversation for another time. But the first time I got to check both boxes, I cried because it felt like I was finally telling the truth. So, what are some beginning steps of putting all of this together? This list came from an article about ambiguous loss, and I think it can apply to many areas of life, including the NPE discovery, especially one with an ethnicity or religious piece. So, one of the first steps is to accept the multifaceted aspects. Okay. This revelation is complex and it's a trauma. We have to acknowledge that. Think in terms of both and, not either or, which you heard Eliane, I keep calling her Donnie, Eliane talk about. Find meaning through action. Name what you were experiencing. This is one of the hardest things to do, but also one of the most important. Find mutual connection, take care of yourself, and know when to seek help. We're going to talk about each of these briefly. And what I'm going to do is kind of go through how I did each of these steps. And I want you to, in your mind, while I'm talking, think to yourself, what does this mean for me? So when I think about this, what does this mean in my life? So when I say multifaceted, I mean multifaceted. And I will tell you, I put this slide together for a brief moment. I was like, it's too cluttered. I'm going to make about 4 different slides out of this. And then it dawned on me that this is what's going on in my brain, clutter. So I decided to leave it. So I have 2, maybe 3 cultures now. So here's where I was raised. Rural farm, Collins, Iowa. When I tell you you don't get much whiter than where I grew up, I am seriously saying you don't get much whiter than where I grew up. Beautiful, beautiful countryside. But then I add this new branch, inner city, Gary, Indiana. You could not find and make a road far enough apart from these 2 worlds. They don't get much more different than this. And by the way, the one picture, those are row houses. When I got to visit Gary, that's actually where my biological father grew up in the projects in Gary, Indiana. Now, if you want to go one step farther back than that, my family came from a small town in Crawford, Mississippi. Um, One of my cousins told me it's the poorest town in the poorest county in the poorest state in the Union. So this is where my family migrated during the Great Migration from Mississippi up to Gary, Indiana for jobs. Now, you want to take that one step farther back, Nigeria, Africa. As I've talked to genealogy people, they say a lot of times in African American genealogy, it's very unusual to have a really high percentage from one particular place. It's usually sprinkled through all of those West African countries. Ancestry has me at 22% in Nigeria. 23andMe has me at 26%. So I could claim, this large part of me is from Nigeria and Africa. So what I decided to do was like, are there similarities in all of these places? And I found that I have a lot. So faith and church, hugely connected in all of these different family groups that are now a part of me. Comfort food. We all love to eat. I'm not going to lie. Everywhere, all of my cultures love to eat and are amazing cooks. There's a strong sense of community in every one of my cultures. Poverty, which is why when I was showing you the slides of my family, my mom and my dad who raised me and my biological father, I mentioned poverty because that is a common thread in all of the places that I come from, my ancestors, which led to, though, perseverance and resilience. There is a strong, strong storyline of perseverance and resilience in my white mother's side, in my biological father's side, coming from Crawford, Mississippi, clear to Africa. Perseverance and resilience has been this thread throughout all of those stories. My both and has been food, comfort food, I was telling you. So one thing that I've enjoyed seeing is that there are some foods that were in my white family that I have found were our favorites in my black family. Bread pudding. Who knew? Love, love, love bread pudding. Staple in my Southern comfort food family. There's a picture down there of fried bread. Now, my white grandmother on my mom's side called them frog bellies. I don't know where she got that, but we loved freaking out friends when they came over to stay and we're going to have frog bellies and they thought we were serious, but it was fried bread. And there's people in my black family who talked about eating fried bread when they were growing up. Things that I liked that I didn't know, shrimp and grits, I found is one of my favorites. That is a staple Southern comfort food. Fried green tomatoes, did not eat those growing up. Decided to try those in my adulthood before my NPE discovery. Found out that's a big tie to my Southern comfort family, food family. This is actually a picture of one of my cousins. I loved going and visiting people and cooking with them. It's been such a wonderful thing. He made me Cincinnati chili, which I don't know if any of you know, you eat on spaghetti. Had no idea. And then bread or banana pudding he made for us. So that's been my both and in both parts of my world. Meaning through action. Hair. My hair has always been a big deal growing up. I had no idea, nor did my mom know how to deal with these curls. And I spent most of my life hating my hair, fighting with it, trying to straighten it. And I will tell you, the humidity always wins. It is a losing battle. But then about in my early 40s, I decided to go natural. Luckily for me, by then, there were lots of products coming out now. Natural was kind of becoming an in thing. So I was able to teach myself on the internet how to take care of my hair. So I had a breakthrough the first time that I put three pictures together because I eventually, after my NPE discovery, allowed myself to go have my hair braided in a more ethnic looking style. And when I put all three of these pictures together, I realized it's all still me. I found myself thinking that I'm comfortable in all of these styles. I can straighten my hair, I can leave it natural, or I can have it braided, and that's something I can control. It's little things like that, a little action. It's like I can control this part of my discovery. It can be clothing. It can be tattoos. I got my first tattoo after my discovery. I'd never had one in my life, But again, when things seem so out of control in your life, sometimes finding one little thing, I'm not necessarily saying everybody needs to get a tattoo, but for me, that was a little thing I could control, something I could do that I was in charge of. It can be going somewhere of geographical importance. For me, I made a trip to Gary, Indiana. Last summer, my amazing husband took me to Mississippi. I got to go there for the first time and stand in places where my ancestors were, where I had family. I got to go see the gravesite of my grandfather in Mississippi, my grandmother in Gary, Indiana, who so many people in my family say I resemble. Stephanie talked about mirroring. That was the first time when I've met family and they told me, yep, you're a McCarter. I just bawled because it was like the first time I'd ever had anybody tell me I looked like somebody in my family. So little things, meaning through action, can be little or big things and can be extremely helpful. Probably the hardest part is to name what you're experiencing, but I want you to give it a try. It could be grief, bitterness, anger, resentment, confusion, happiness, relief, curiosity, disgust, loneliness, deserted, rejection. It could be every single one of those all at the same time. Trying to help yourself understand what you're feeling is so difficult. But if you can try and give that emotion a name and then allow yourself to sit with it for a little bit, that's very important. For example, for me, curiosity was hard. I told you that the circumstances surrounding my conception, I don't know the whole story, but I've gotten part of it, and it wasn't a good story. And so when I first found out about all of this, I said, nope, I do not want to meet this man. I don't want to meet my biological father. Don't want to have anything to do with him. The longer it went, curiosity was just eating at me. And I found myself deciding I needed to see, I needed to meet this man. I needed to be in the same room with him. I needed to watch him. I needed to look in his eyes. I needed to watch his mannerisms. I needed to know that there was some humanity in this person because the story that I had gotten from my mom left me with little. And so I had to deal with my curiosity and I had to decide that what was best for me and my healing journey was to allow myself to meet him. I had to deal with what that made me feel like towards my mom. I knew it was going to hurt her, and it did. It crushed her. I had to deal with the fact that I know I'm going to hurt her in the short term here, but I've got to do this for me to heal and to move on. And then I can try and repair and deal with my relationship with my mom. So you have to try and name it if you can. Sit with it, allow yourself to feel it so that you can head on your healing journey. Benefits of finding mutual connections and a supportive community, what we're doing today. I don't even have to probably go through this slide very much because you know this. It's knowing that others are going through something similar, learning tips on how to handle day-to-day challenges. I remember, oddly enough, one day folding laundry, figuring out that I had no full siblings left in this world. I was raised with two, had found seven more. I had no full siblings. For whatever reason, it crushed me. I had people I could reach out to and be like, I don't know why I'm a pile of tears today about this, but and then they helped me walk through that. Meeting new friends, the number of people that I have met and have become lifelong friends for me through this has been amazing. And I couldn't have gotten through this without them. Learning how to talk about things that bother you or how to ask for help. Stephanie talked about so much of that. It's so important for us to learn and find words to help others understand what we're going through. Learning how and when to trust other people with your new information. Places like this are safe to talk about. You're going to learn that not everyone is a safe place for this. You're going to get that from their reactions, and it might just be oh, you're still talking about this, or you haven't gotten over this, and that might be the time you're like, oh, you know what, you're right, and then move on. You're going to learn that not everybody is a good place to share this very important information for now. And then it's helpful to hear about new perspectives. Um, that's I think I said this after Stephanie's talk. I wish I had had somebody put words to some of that for me. Bradley mentioned it, how all of a sudden he had that revelation with his sister. For a while, we're so self-absorbed. I didn't know what was going on with anybody else. And so it was really good for me to hear. It's like, oh, wow, okay, need to check in with my kids, need to check in at that time with my ex-husband, need to check in with my mom, need to check in with my siblings I grew up with. I needed to check in with my new siblings. How are you guys doing with this? Because I'll tell you, the circumstances around my conception, it really, really hurt my new sisters that I found. Because they had grown up with him more than I had. I mean, he didn't know about me, but they had been around him growing up. And to find out something like this about the man who raised them was very, very hard for them. There are a number of Facebook groups, podcasts, organizations, and conferences that you can plug into to help you find meaningful connection, support, education, and healing. We are working really, really hard on our NPE Network website, and we're working on our list of therapists and counselors and coaches. We are going to have events posted on there on a regular basis that are going on in other communities. We want to help you heal. Most importantly, though, take care of yourself. Practice relaxation techniques like mindfulness, meditation, prayer, deep breathing, yoga, whatever works for you. Find things about your new ethnicity. Eliane talked about this. A religion that interests you, food festivals, services, celebrations, museums, conferences, going places, books, music, podcasts, movies, anything that can make you feel connected. Cultures Magazine has an amazing article that just came out. 5 essential tools for navigating unique cultural identities. It's great stuff to help you on your journey. Keep a journal. There are 2 that are out there that I have. Who Even Am I Anymore? It's a process journal for adoptees, late discovery adoptees, donor conceived by Eve Sturgis. It's amazing. It just gives you prompts to help you put to words what you're feeling. And then my rebirthday book by my wonderful friend Cara. It's so wonderful. It helps you put together almost like a new baby book with this new identity mixed in with your old identity. And it kind of helps you start putting together something that feels a little more normal and whole. Remember that your journey with this new information is unique to you. It's important to give yourself the freedom to process this new information at your own pace. Exercise regularly. And I'm not talking about you don't need to try 75 hard right now. Just go outside and go for a walk. Just anything to help your mind calm down because I really struggled with that, getting my mind to shut off. And then finally, know when to seek help. Don't be ashamed of seeking professional counseling or therapy. They are finally becoming more and more aware. People doing work like Dr. Sardinia, those are so important because they're finally getting this information. Paulette and Bradley have done a wonderful job with Bobby's program of coaching therapists on how to deal with people who come to them with an NPE surprise. And like I said, we're working on that list so you can have a place to come and find some people who can really help you. And then Bradley's going to do a post-summit mindfulness check-in with everyone. Make sure we have your email address just to check in and see how you're doing with all of this information because we've poured a lot at you in a very short amount of time. So I just want to finish it. My identity is complicated and beautiful. I'm a strong biracial woman rooted in faith, the rural Iowa farming culture, and the Southern African American culture, and some places in between. So I live somewhere between the corn and the cotton, and I'm good with that. So that is all for me.
Wow. I never get tired of hearing your story, Jody. I never do. And
you.
this Jody was I on my podcast was is the top listened to episode of my podcast, and for good reason because this story exaggerates what all of us go through, and that exaggeration helps us process and understand that. So, what I also wanted to jump in real quick. You had mentioned when I had about the conversation with my sister, and that was just you and Stephanie and I this morning. So I wanted to give that some context real quick. not to spend
Oh,
too much.
okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
forget
yeah,
when I'm
yeah,
in
yeah,
conversation.
yeah. No, and so for those of you that weren't there, which is everyone but the three people I just mentioned, um, I was about a year or two into this, and I was sitting with my very supportive and loving sister in my swimming pool in Southwest Florida, still talking about my discovery and what I was going through. And all of a sudden, I don't know what she said. She didn't say anything nefarious. She was supporting me. It suddenly hit me that for 2 years I had been leaning on my little sister and never once thought to ask how it affected her. It's because I had became so personally self-absorbed. Stephanie talked about self-absorption in her presentation. I had become so, which we need to, right? We need that recoil and that. But at some point, our healing we have to bridge that gap and connect with the people around us that love us, and know that they're going through something as well. So I just wanted to shed a little light on that as well.
Yeah, and
So
I'm going to address, there was somebody had said, so what would Erickson say about a parent and parents who strive to be consistently affirming and positive of a child's identity, but the external world gives the child negative messages about their identity? That's exact confusion. That's the definition of the confusion part. And that's what it was for me. As soon as I started branching out, I went to a basketball camp and this thing that I was invited to, we played at the end. Everybody comes, parents can come and watch the games at the end. And I was talking to this lady or this other girl that was there too. And my parents walked in and she's like, and I said, "Hey, there's my parents, yay, they're here." And she's like, "Oh, I didn't know you were adopted." And I looked at her and I'm like, "I'm not adopted." And the look on this poor girl's face was just astounded. I mean, she's like, "Okay, I don't know where to go now." So like, okay, I'm going to change the subject because I don't know what to do with this conversation. But that's what it was. I went to college. I had a boyfriend break up with me because he didn't want to introduce me to his parents because he had had a cousin who had been excommunicated from the family because he married a black girl. And he's telling me this story, and I'm like, "Okay, that's great, but who's black? Like, why are you telling me this?" That's how ridiculous things were in my head. So yes, that is definitely confusion. That's the definition of it. When the story we're getting at home does not match what is happening to us around in the world.
yeah, so Chris has his hand up.
Just leave it.
Hmm? Okay.
Or did he
Oh,
to?
you want to talk here?
Yeah, I'm just going to talk.
Oh, he's going to talk. He's sitting here next
Since,
to me.
since I'm right here with her, I just want to say, I was going to type this up in the chat, but there's really no need when she's right here with me. So, I'm so incredibly impressed by you. You always are so amazing. I'm grateful for the opportunity now to walk through this journey with you. I'm so thankful that you shared your experience with me. And I only know you as who you are. And I know that that is a complete blessing to me. I know that this road has been tough on you, but you're an incredible woman. You really are. And I love you.
Thank you.
Well said.
I think we got
That
time.
was amazing. Amazing. We should all have that.
Yes, I'm so blessed. Okay, well, we are going to move on to our next presenter, Miss Bobby Parrish. Bobby is the founder and executive director of the International Association of Trauma Recovery Coaching and is a recognized leader in trauma-informed coaching, education, and resilience building. Since 2017, she has trained hundreds of trauma recovery coaches around the world and brings both deep professional expertise and her own lived experience as a trauma survivor to the work. She also currently serves on the board of directors at NPE Network. Today, she'll help us understand the NPE experience through the lens of trauma, like just what we've been talking about here, and offer practical tools for healing and resilience. And I will tell you, I've heard Bobby speak, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 times. I have my pen and paper ready every single time because I learn something valuable every single time this amazing woman opens her mouth. So I am super excited to hear her again. So please welcome Bobby Parrish.
Mm, Thank you so much, Jody. I really appreciate that. Um, Thank you so much. I'm honored to be here with all of you and so thankful and grateful to the board for asking me to speak this weekend. We have been talking a lot about trauma so far this weekend. And what I really want to do is pull that word out and give you some definitions and some concepts about trauma so you really know what it is that trauma means. One of the things that I have gotten involved with the NPE network is because they came to me and said, Bobby, we have so many people coming in and saying, I have had this DNA surprise and it has knocked my world upside down. And I have gone to get help. And the therapist or the counselor that I have gone to has said, I don't know what the problem is. Your father's still your father, your mother's still your mother, your sister's still your sister. What's the big deal? And so they are trying to get help, and these people don't know how to help them or don't even have the desire to want to learn how to help them. And so I said, fantastic, we can fix this. And so I sat down with the NPE board and decided that we would offer an NPE trauma recovery coaching certificate. And so I wrote the curriculum. I think it's a 16-week course. And I taught it the first time. And now the lovely Dr. Paulette Bethel and Bradley Hall teach the course. And anyone who would like to is welcome to come in and take the initial trauma recovery coaching course and then the NPE trauma recovery coaching course. And then they may coach people who have had an NPE discovery and help them to make their way through this experience in their lives. So, what I want to do today is to help people and give you the language to understand trauma so that when someone says to you, what is it? Why can't you just get over this? I don't understand why this is such a big thing. Why can't you just ignore it, get over it, let it go? I don't know why it's such a big deal. So I'm going to give you the language. I'm going to put handles on the concept of trauma so that you have an understanding of what it's all about. So when you are going out and you are talking about your trauma, or you're trying to advocate for someone else with NPE trauma, or when you're trying to get help for your dealing with your NPE trauma surprise, you know what the language and the lingo to use and what to ask for. Oh, I need the capacity to screen share. It says host is disabled participant screen sharing.
All right, Bobby, yeah, hang on just a second and let me see if I can figure out I'm going to remove spotlight just for a second.
Sure.
And then let me find you here. Okay. Now you should have it. Did it work?
There we go.
Okay.
Okay. So let's just talk for a minute about the nature of trauma. Let's put in what's the word that I want? Metaphor. That trauma is cake. So let's talk for a minute about the nature of cake. Before we even talk about how do you make a cake, let's talk about cake. What is it about cake? Okay, so trauma shows up in many different ways. There is no one definition for trauma. Someone can have a car accident. Someone can be in a domestic violence relationship. Someone can be neglected by their parents. Someone can witness the murder of someone else. Someone can witness the discrimination of someone else. There are many ways that we can experience trauma, and there are many things that are trauma. And we're going to talk a little bit later in the slides about this, but I'm going to give you some really important definitions right here to kick us off in terms of shows up in many different ways. So trauma is three things. It is too little for too long. And that basically falls into the categorization of neglect. All right, so it's not that mom and dad were screaming and yelling. It's not that mom and dad were hitting. It's not that mom and dad were sexually abusing. It's that mom and dad were neglectful. They were not there emotionally and maybe not physically either in order to meet the needs of their children. There is a woman out there in the mental health community whose name is Linda Thai, Thai, and she is fantastic. And she teaches a class that is very popular and very well known about somatic embodiment. And she talks about trauma. And she will tell you that she knows that her parents loved her dearly because they were always working, but they were never home. So she knows they loved her because they were always working so they could put food on the table. They were an immigrant family. They had good jobs in the country that they came from, but they couldn't do those jobs in the United States because they didn't have the licenses to do so. So they had to do manual labor and work that was below their level of education. And so they each had to work 2 or 3 different jobs. So she knows her parents loved her, but they weren't there. So they neglected her. That's trauma. Too little for too long. Okay? Another kind of trauma. Too little for too much for too long. Sorry, got that one wrong there. So too little for too long, too much for too long. And that might be a parent who is screaming at you. Maybe they're not cursing, they're not hitting, they're not pushing you. They are a screamer. All right. So if your parent screams at you once or twice a year, okay, that's no fun, but it might not be labeled as trauma. But if they're a screamer and they're yelling at you every day, every other day, clean up your room, make your bed, come to the dinner table. Why did you get that grade on that paper? Okay, that's too much for too long. And then the third type is too much too soon. And that is a lot of what your DNA surprises, but that's the category that they fall under. It's too much too soon. I've sat here this morning and with both Stephanie and Jody, their DNA surprise that they talked about fall under this category. Too much too soon. An overwhelming surprise to the nervous system. Oh my word, what is this? What do you mean? My dad's not my dad. What do you mean? My heritage is 50% African. Where did that come from? So that's how trauma shows up in many different ways. It's not just one box, right? It's multiple different boxes in ways that trauma can show up in our lives. And it has varying impacts on individuals. It's going to depend a lot. So if something happens to me and it also happens to Bradley at the same time, say we witness the same, we're driving down the road and we're in the same car accident. Okay, and it's a very traumatic car accident, and the car rolls over, there's another car involved, serious accident. And I'm very traumatized by it. Bradley's a little shaken up, but he gets up and he walks away. And he's, once the adrenaline calms down out of his system, he's good to go. I'm like sobbing, crying. My system is going into shock. And it takes me a couple weeks to really gather myself together and be back to a place where I'd say I'm okay. So what does that have to do with? It has to do with our different temperaments. It has to do with perhaps I have other experiences with car accidents in my past. Perhaps I've been in a car accident before where someone's been killed. So different people, trauma has different impacts on them depending upon who they are and what they've experienced in the past. So it's influenced by our life experiences, right? So what have I experienced in the past? What Bradley has experienced in the past? Both play a role in how we respond to the trauma that we experience in our current lives. So no two people will experience an event in trauma in the same way. So if there's a motor vehicle accident and there are 4 adults, 2 in one car, 2 in the other, all 4 of them are going to have a different reaction to that motor vehicle accident. Not all trauma is in the past. Some trauma is in the present and it is ongoing. So you hear a lot about childhood trauma. And I think we forget to think that there is a lot of trauma that takes place as an adult. And that we can experience trauma as an adult and it can be just as impacting, have just as negative an impact on us as an adult as it can as a child. And then every recovery journey is a different path. One of the things that I talk to my students in our trauma recovery coaching program, I talk to them all the time about there is no cookie cutter recovery from trauma. Every client that they see is going to have a different path to recovery. So I can't tell you, I can't give you okay, here's the map. So do this with your client, and then this, and then this, and then this, and this, and this, and woo, bingo, they'll be healed. No, it doesn't work that way, right? It doesn't work that way. You have to have a toolkit that has a lot of different tools in it so that you can go, okay, first of all, let me get a handle on who this person is and what their trauma is. And then let me get a handle on what they think they need to do to get to where they want to get. And then let's try some tools. Oh, that one didn't work. Let's try something different. Oh, that really worked. Fantastic. I've got another tool that's a lot like that. Let's try that one. Right? So, no cookie cutter responses to trauma, no cookie cutter recovery paths to trauma. So, giving trauma handles with which both we and our clients, right? So, both you and your loved ones, or those that you advocate with, or those that you talk with, can hold on to the concepts that inform our discussions of trauma, while also holding the understanding that no language can adequately capture the wide variety of ways that individuals experience it and are impacted by it. I've worked in the field of trauma for decades, and yet I know that when I move into working with a new client, I come into that very first session. There's no way that I'm going to be able to have the language to meet them exactly where they are, because their experience is uniquely theirs and I am not them. Hopefully, I'll be able to have enough commonality to meet them where they are. And I'm going to be asking them a whole lot of questions. Tell me more about that. That's really curious to me. Tell me more about that. So I'm going to be asking them a lot of questions because I want them to give me their language and their experience, because I want to meet them where they're at. But when we are talking about trauma, and one of the reasons that I talk about trauma so much is so that we all have that common language and we have handles on that concept of trauma, so we can all speak the same language. Trauma is an overwhelming demand placed upon the physiological human system. So do you remember when I talked about the concept of too much too soon? Our bodies are built to respond to trauma. And what happens when we experience trauma? Okay, let's say I'm going for a hike. When I was a little girl, I grew up in Washington State, and we used to go up into the mountains by Mount Rainier and pick huckleberries. I was a child. Bears, there were bears. And I didn't think too much about it because I was a child and I didn't think I'd ever actually see a bear. But we were taught, my sister and I were both given whistles. And we were taught that if we were ever to see a bear, we should blow the whistle really loud and run away. Now, thankfully, I was gifted with a brain that had much better protective system to it than that. Because if I had ever seen a bear, which I never did, my brain would have automatically, in milliseconds, gone into fight or flight mode. And it would have gone, okay, what's my best way to survive? Am I going to try and fight this bear? Or am I going to try and flee away from it, or am I going to try and freeze and hope that the bear doesn't notice me or thinks I'm not a threat and it goes away? And so milliseconds, those are the choices that my brain has to make. And my brain will probably choose. Thankfully, I never had to make the choice. Will probably choose flee. Because at the age of 8, I'm certainly not going to try and fight the bear. And probably my brain would also say there's probably not a lot of chance in survival if I freeze. So I'm probably going to flee. So that's the physiological choices that our brain makes, our nervous system makes when we encounter a threat. So when you experience that overwhelming too much too soon, that DNA surprise, your brain picks it up as a threat. Now, keep in mind that our brain doesn't know the difference between a bear or a DNA result that says we are actually from 50% from West Africa. It picks up both of those. A threat is a threat. If it's physical or it's psychological. And so the first thing that your brain is going to do is it's going to kick into overdrive and it's going to say, what do I do? And cortisol and adrenaline are going to start pumping through your body. And you are going to go in full-blown fight, flight, or freeze because your brain is saying, danger, Will Robinson, danger. We've got something we've really got to do here. So that is, trauma is an overwhelming demand placed upon the physiological human system, right? Fight, flight, or freeze. Trauma occurs when attack or abandonment, okay? So, or abandonment, if you remember, we talked about that. Too little for too long, neglect. Mom and dad weren't there. Triggers a fight or flight response so intense that the person cannot turn it off once the threat is over. He becomes stuck in an adrenalized state, meaning that his body is still pumping out adrenaline, right? Even though the threat is past, even though I've read that paper that gives me my DNA surprise, I set it down, the threat is gone, my body is still pumping out adrenaline, saying danger, danger, danger. The sympathetic nervous system, which is the part of the nervous system that is in charge of the fight, flight, freeze, is locked on. And he cannot toggle, so can't toggle off, into the relaxation function of the parasympathetic nervous system. So it's the sympathetic nervous system that goes fight, flight, freeze. And it's the parasympathetic nervous system that goes, oh, phew, okay, I'm not under attack anymore. Now I can calm down. The bear is gone. I've run away. Now I can calm down. I don't have to be pumping out that adrenaline or cortisone anymore. When the brain's alarm system is turned on, it automatically triggers pre-programmed physical escape plans, right? If I were to see that bear, I don't have to consciously sit down and go, okay, there's a bear. I have some options. I can try and fight the bear. I could try and climb inside the huckleberry bush and freeze. I could try and run away. I could blow this whistle around my neck. I could try and call for my mom or dad, right? All of that in the face of this bear, which probably within the space of me sitting there going through all those options, the bear could have attacked me and mauled me during all of that time. No, they are pre-programmed physical escape plans. I don't have to consciously go through them. It is entirely subconscious. Our brain is programmed to deal with trauma. It is a completely clicks into place automatically. It's not something that we have to think about. If the fight, flight, or freeze response is successful and we escape the danger, we recover our internal equilibrium and gradually regain our senses, right? So that's the healthy way that we deal with trauma. But for those of us who've experienced a lot of trauma, who have experienced a significant trauma, our system doesn't shut off. It stays in on mode for too long. And then we're stuck sitting there in cortisol and adrenaline. If for some reason the normal response is blocked, for example, when people are held down, trapped, or otherwise prevented from taking effective action, whether it's in a war zone, a car accident, domestic violence, or a rape, the brain keeps secreting stress chemicals. There's that adrenaline and cortisol. And the brain's electrical circuits continue to fire in vain. So it's continuing to pump out those cortisol, that cortisol and adrenaline, and going fight, flight, freeze, fight, fight, freeze. Long after the actual event has passed, the brain may keep sending signals to the body to escape a threat that no longer exists. So here's a little bit more about that too long, too much too long, or too much too soon. It's also called chronic and acute trauma, or chronic is called little t trauma, acute is called big T trauma. So chronic trauma is usually repeated exposure to lack of safety. So child or domestic abuse over a long period of time, discrimination within the military service, emotional neglect or abandonment, spiritual abuse or threats, poverty. All of those are little t traumas. And then something can be an acute big T trauma, such as a car accident, a sexual assault, a random act of violence, a natural disaster, right? Or tornado, where I grew up, volcano, and hurricanes, things like that, or the death of a loved one. There are commonalities in trauma, right? Just like there are commonalities in cake. Might be different flavors, but they're all still cake. So commonalities between we all feel powerless, unsafe, overwhelmed, and disconnected, right? When I'm feeling trauma, when I'm experiencing trauma, especially when it's trauma from something that happens in a relationship, the first thing I'm going to do is withdraw. Because at that moment, I'm experiencing a lack of safety in a relationship. So I'm going, okay, this relationship is not safe. And maybe because of a series of trauma or repeated trauma that I've had in my life, now I'm going, okay, see, I told you, relationships aren't safe. Look at all those times that you've had a lack of safety in all these different relationships. I told you, relationships aren't safe. So one of the things that trauma tends to do is to disconnect us from relationships, not only with relationships with others, but even a relationship with ourselves. I told you you couldn't trust yourself. You don't have good judgment, right? You don't pick good friends. You don't pick good partners. I can't trust you. You aren't trustworthy. And then we have those common responses of fight, flight, freeze, and then fawn, people pleasing, right? Whereas if someone is in our face threatening us, we might start to drop into fawning, people pleasing, in order to get them to appease. We try to appease them for the threat to be over with. And then when they're gone and the threat is gone, then we can return to normal. But again, for those of us who have experienced a lot of trauma, the fawning can continue indefinitely because our system doesn't know how to turn off that fawning response. People who overwhelm us and leave us feeling powerless with their behavior, leave us feeling unsafe connecting with others. Trauma is, by its very nature, the great disconnector. There are three common elements of trauma. So if you ever want to sit down and go, is something trauma? These are your three clues to tell you whether or not something is traumatic. The first one is that the individual who experienced it feels that they are powerless to control the circumstance or event. Okay? And certainly all of us were powerless to control the fact that we had a DNA surprise. Nobody asked us if we wanted to have any say in that. We were powerless. We were outside the control of having that decision made in our life. The circumstance or event is frightening to the individual, and or it is perceived as a moral injury. And I'm going to talk about that just a minute in the next slide, because I think most DNA surprises fall under the category of it being a moral injury. The circumstance or event changes the individual's beliefs about themselves, the world, and their interactions with the world. So that DNA surprise changes your belief about yourself, right? Jody did a beautiful description of talking about how her DNA discovery changed the way she looked at herself, right? Was she now an African American woman? Was she just an African woman? Was she still a white woman? How was she supposed to dress? What was it okay to do with her hair? How was she supposed to look at herself now? How are we supposed to look at the world? Now is the world a whole different way. All those things that we were taught as a child, nobody ever told us. I talked to so many NPE people who talked about how they were treated differently than their siblings as a child. And nobody ever explained why. But there was this undercurrent of how they were treated differently. And so now they find out why. And so now everything in their childhood is wait a minute, is that a lie or is that the truth? Is that a lie or is that the truth? What part of my childhood was the truth and what part of it was a lie? So the whole way that they look at their childhood comes down for question. So let's talk for a minute about moral injury. Moral injuries are defined as events that deeply violate an individual's moral values, particularly around values surrounding welfare, justice, rights, and fairness. Another definition: damage to a person resulting from a violent contradiction of deeply held moral expectations. Right? So moral injury is when something happens and we don't have a choice over it. It happens and we just have to go along with it. Nobody ever asks us whether we want to or not. But it goes against everything we were ever taught, right? When you're a child, you're taught don't lie. When you're a child, you're taught that your parents are people that you're supposed to be able to trust. And you're never supposed to lie to your parents. You're always supposed to be able to do everything that your parents say. And so when this DNA surprise comes out, and all of a sudden it's a lie, and you're like, wait a minute, this goes in the face of everything that I was always taught, that you were told me about how I was supposed to behave. And then maybe your parent tells you, and don't tell anybody else. Wait a minute. Again, this flies in the face of everything that you were told me how I was supposed to behave. So this is a moral injury. It certainly is a high stakes situation. And when they mean violent, they don't mean boxing violent. They mean violent in terms of high stakes, very serious, significant. So it's a significant contribution of deeply held moral expectations. So I've grown up my entire life thinking that integrity and values and morals of honesty are so important. But now here I am being taught that that is not actually something that has been lived out in my life. And what do I do? How do I handle this? And that is where you find that you need help. And you come to your DNA community and you go out and you try and look for a coach or a therapist or a support group that can help you to deal with these things that you're facing. And now you've got some more language to put to the fact that what trauma is. And you'll be able to talk to a therapist or a coach with more informed language. And they might be able to meet you there with that language around trauma rather than the language around NPE. So I know I'm out of time. And I apologize that I didn't leave time for any questions, but hopefully I might be able to answer some while Miss Paulette is speaking next, because I am out of time and I'm now broaching into her time. But I will go ahead and turn things back over to Jody and let her go ahead and proceed from here.
Thank you so much, Bobby. Like I said, every single time I hear you, the way you describe trauma and our body's responses, it's always helps me because it's like all of a sudden I see, it's like, oh, okay, that's why, I was behaving in this way, or that's why, it just helps me so much. And so I hope everybody else enjoyed that as much as I always do. Okay, I'm going to get us moving on here to our next presenter, who is Dr. Paulette Bethel. Dr. Bethel is a certified trauma recovery coach, educator, writer, and advocate whose work focuses on identity disruption, trauma recovery, healing, and personal growth. Through both professional expertise and lived experience, she has helped countless individuals navigate the emotional complexity that follows a life-altering discovery. Today, she'll explore the concept of the messy middle, which that was a concept. As soon as she said it, I thought, wow, okay, I've been hanging out, wallowing around, rolling around, sitting in, hanging out in the messy middle for a long time, and give us a real look at one of the most challenging phases of the NPE journey. So please welcome Dr. Paulette Bethel. Okay. I think you're muted, Paulette.
Let me stop share for a moment. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get my screen to share. Is it up there?
There it is.
There it is. And I have one more thing that I'm trying to do, but I don't know that I can get that done. And if that doesn't happen, we'll just go with it.
Slideshow and then from the beginning, if you wanted a full screen
Actually, what
on the top
on the top?
where it says slideshow.
Yeah, I'm on slideshow right now, right?
No, go there and then
No.
go from the beginning. There
Yep.
you go.
Okay, so
From
no,
the
that's
beginning.
okay.
Just do that from the beginning.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
It's is it showing? I don't know why it's jumping. So
It is showing, Paulette.
I know, but it's jumping, so um I'm not sure why that's happening. Okay. I'm going to try one more time, and if after that, I just won't worry about it. Is that in there now?
It is.
There,
Okay.
it looks like you got it.
All right. Okay. So, welcome everyone. It is wonderful to be here this afternoon. Today I'm going to be talking about the messy middle is, as Jody pointed out, and I'll be sharing out. This will be part sharing what this means to me and part story, but we'll be talking about the messy middle, and hopefully it will shine some light on some of the experiences that we have that don't quite make sense to us. All right. So you kind of saw it. One word. This is what I'm asking for people right now. What did you first feel when you first learned the truth? And I put a few examples of words up here, but what I would like you to do is just place one word in the chat that you felt when you first learned the truth. In my case, the word that kept coming to me was devastated. But here are a few examples, and if you had other emotions or feelings that you were going through, then if you don't mind, put them in the chat. And then Bradley's, I can't see the chat, but Bradley's going to read some of the examples out that people provided.
Yeah, I like I like the very first one. Lisa typed gobsmacked, and I think
I like
I
that one.
think that's a great description to start off with. We have betrayed, we have shocked, numb, stunned, and one person even said relieved, and I think that is noteworthy. That sometimes finding out the truth, as hard as it can be, can actually be freeing in a lot of ways. Lost, disbelief, devastated, grief, validation. A lot of great descriptor words in here. Shattered, aghast, validated, more disbelief, flabbergasted goes right with gobsmacked. Betrayal, it seems to be the one that is popping up the most here.
Is the betrayal?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and part of the reason I wanted to put this here is you guys have heard Bobby's excellent talk on trauma, but some of these words that we're describing fall under that umbrella of trauma. It's that I'm shocked. I can't believe this is happening. I remember when I first opened up my email, um, I was stunned. I was stunned because it took me about 30 seconds to know something was wrong because I had an ethnicity change. And so I didn't quite know what was wrong, but I knew fairly quickly what was wrong. And within about 90 seconds, I felt gobsmacked is a good word when I realized I'm not who I thought I was. So that's part of this experience. Okay. So today, if I don't do anything else, what I hope to get across to you, especially for those of us that are in the beginning part of this journey, is that you're not crazy, you're not broken. And last evening, I heard quite a few people saying as they came into the group that it was great for them to be part of a community that let us know that we are not alone. So in this community, you are not alone. There's many of us going through this journey. Jody and some other people gave some of the statistics. I think, Elyen gave statistics and Jody gave statistics. And there's a lot of us out there, but we need to be able to, I believe, find a place where we know we're not alone. I remember when I found the NPE community, the very first thing was, oh, it's not just me that's feeling this way. So I'm going to start with a couple of definitions, and one of them is going to be lifequake. And lifequake is, as described by Bruce Feiler, and also dictionary. So I kind of blended the dictionary definition along with Bruce Feiler. He wrote a book called Transition, and he talked about the lifequakes that can come when we're going through major milestones or major transitions in our lives, such as job loss, home loss. In this case, I'm going to say a DNA discovery or surprise. So it's a significant life event that shakes the foundation of your life, often from a sudden or profound disruption. So that would be a lifequake. I know Bobby used the example of where she came from. There were earthquakes and tornadoes. And so this is a blend, so it's a seismic shift. from an event that occurs in our lives is called a life quake. And so when I first came across that term, reading Bruce Feiler's book, I was like, oh my, yes, that's what it felt like for me when I opened up the email and discovered that I was not who I thought I was. The next definition is NPE identity disruption. Now, and the part of the story that goes with this is at the time that I did my discovery, I was also enrolled in Bobby's course, the initial trauma recovery course. And as she can attest, I was having a really difficult time trying to understand what was happening to me. I began to recognize that it was very definitely trauma. I recognized that it was very definitely big T trauma, although people around me didn't see, couldn't see, wouldn't see that this very definitely caused a big disruption in my sense of self and who I thought I was. But I didn't have language. And Stephanie talked about her relationship with her husband during her journey with NPE discovery. And my husband was there by my side to the extent that he could be, but there were times when I would look at him and I could see how helpless and powerless he felt when I was not sure which way was up or down. And so on this one particular night, I had been crying all day. And I didn't want to disturb him because I had been crying for days and days and days and days and days. And I couldn't understand why I couldn't get a handle on how I was feeling because after all, I had been a trained therapist. And in some, to some extent, I was enrolled in Bobby's trauma course, yet I just couldn't make sense of what was happening to me. I was feeling powerless. I was feeling out of control. And one night I got up so that I wouldn't wake him up. And I went into his office, and his office is like a man cave in the garage office. So I think I kind of went into his office instead of mine to hide out for a while. And I was sitting at his desk, and the tears were just flooding and flowing. And then I remembered that Bobby had taught us about her trauma recovery model that she had developed. And I pulled it out and I started looking at it. And as I was looking at her trauma recovery model, it's when I started realizing that my sense of self had just been so drastically disrupted that part of what I was going through, I ended up saying to myself, identity disruption. Now, at the time, I didn't know that there was a clinical term that's used for identity disruption. It's just the phrase that popped up into my head. And so I also want to be clear that in my definition of identity disruption, it's not the clinical personality disordered definition of identity disruption. But what I did come up with once I started thinking of the word, first I started thinking of the phrase, and then I started thinking, well, I need to try to figure out what does that mean to me. So the short version of what I came up with is when an unexpected DNA discovery overturns what you believed about yourself, your biological identity, and it shakes the very core of who you are, and it can bring up a deep sense of loss, powerlessness, and lack of control. So, and then starting with Bobby's trauma recovery model, and this has changed over time as I've continued to work with it, I began playing with Bobby's trauma recovery model, trying to figure out where it was within her trauma cycle that I was finding myself. And I began to draw arrows and do different things with it. And the next morning I called Bobby and I said, Bobby, can you take a look at something that I did with your trauma recovery model and tell me what you think? And she was very helpful with me fleshing out, or as my mother used to say, sussing out my thoughts about what was in there. And over time, I've done adaptations to the model. So what I plan to do today is, this is the framework because I would like you to see the framework that I work within when I'm discussing identity disruption and reorientation, but we're going to focus mostly on what I call the messy middle, and there'll be a story that comes with it. But what I want to point out very quickly on cyclists for the first three phases is the life quake event is the what happened of the DNA experience. We got an email or we got word of mouth, some kind of way we found out that we were not who we thought we were. My stepdad was in a bar, got into a bar fight. He was in the Navy, God help him. But in the bar fight, when he was getting the best of the person he was fighting with, that person yelled out to him, "You're not who you thought you are. He's not your dad." It's pretty much life quake for him. So it's that initiating event or discovery. And as Bobby talked about earlier, too much too soon, too much too fast. It's with that life quake. I remember for me, I was flooding because what I was seeing was too much, too soon, too fast. I wasn't ready to deal with what what the test results were saying to me. Then the next one is the identity disruption. I gave you the definition. And for me, my concept of the identity disruption is, why is this so hard? And it's so hard because for many of us, we've had a certainty collapse and destabilization. I had no idea that my birth certificate father was not my biological father. And so now all of a sudden, what does that mean for me? Especially because, as Jody pointed out, I had an ethnicity change. So not only was I dealing with the fact that I'm not who I thought I was genetically or biologically, then I'm not even the ethnicity or the culture that I believed to be the truth as I was growing up and well into my adulthood. So this is for me the what makes this so hard. And then the messy middle is what we're going to focus on today. And that I call it a nonlinear navigation where we're going through the emotions and we just loop back and forward. It's disorienting, it's nonlinear, there's grief, there's confusion, there's questions. We're doing inner work. Sometimes we'll take 10 steps forward and we'll fall back 5 steps. And what I really want to bring to that is it's a normal part of this process. So in it, we're searching, we're looking for meaning, we're trying to understand what just happened to me, where do I belong, where do I fit, and we're going back and forward. And the reorientation, I'm not going to go into that today, but when Bradley does his talk, Bradley will actually be covering our concepts are not quite the same, but we do have some overlap. So anything that Bradley has to say would shed light on my reorientation phase. And then the last part that's fairly new to my concept is post-acceptance, because for me, I was 66, and I've heard people talk about age in this, but I was 66 when I made my discovery, and I was laughing with Jody saying at 66, I was supposed to be retiring and then kind of using into my carefree rest of my life phase. And then all of a sudden, those Jenga blocks just exploded on me. And here I am at this stage of life trying to understand what happened to me. And because of my age, most of the people that could give me information was already deceased. But as I continued on the journey and from working with other people and speaking with other people and being in our community, I started recognizing that part of this journey, especially if you're over a certain age, you don't have to be over a certain age, but especially if you're over a certain age, that I started recognizing I was healing and I was coming to acceptance about my discovery and what had happened to me, but I still had all of these lingering questions. And one day I went, you know, I've come to realize that I've accepted the truth of my discovery, and I'm also dealing with recognizing that there may be parts of my story that I will never, ever know. And coming to peace and coming to terms with that. And even with that one, not long after I came up with this, someone who had given up because of age and everyone being deceased ended up hearing from someone from earlier in their life that had their story. So even then, you can, come back in, and of course that person looped back for a while, but then began to move forward again because they recognize at least now I have the story. And then in this journey, and I think everyone in all the talks before me have already beautifully covered ambiguous loss, disenfranchised grief, certainty collapse is one of the things that happens, the belonging disruptions that happen, the relational ruptures that can happen. And then we're left with a lot of identity questions like, who am I now? And then also that search for meaning in this journey. And I know Bradley's going to cover a little bit of that process also in his talk. So First, I want to talk a little bit, and I'm not going to go into it a whole lot just because between the stories that have been told and the other presentations and the presentations, a lot of this was already covered. When a DNA discovery writes itself, one of the things is half of who you are disappears. So the first time I met Bradley, I remember Bradley said it felt like he had built a house on a cliff, and suddenly one day, half the foundation of his house slid off the side of that cliff. And I really resonated with that when he said it, because half of who I believed I was, half of who a lot of people believe they were, um, just it's fractured. It's broken. The foundation is shaky. And the loss reaches far more than just the genetics. As I was sharing, not only was I discovering that my biological genetics was not what I believed it to be, I had a change in heritage and identity. Jody talked about changes in race, religion, ethnicity. I see a lot of people who struggle with the thing of nationality. In their family stories, they were British. And then they find out, well, actually, no, we're not British, we're French. And so then that becomes an ethnicity and a nationality thing. And so the facets of who you are that your discovery can change or redraw for you. Family and belonging, you find out you have parents or siblings that you may or may not have known. You end up at times with struggles between for example, my siblings initially, they were really upset with me when I shared with them what I had discovered because they felt like my mother's secret was hers to keep and that they didn't want to know. So we had some navigating to do around their emotions and feelings about my making a choice or a decision to not keep my discovery a secret from them. Ancestry and health. Family medical history. I know we've touched on that. And I know a few people that are really, and I think Dr. Sardana, I hope I pronounced her name correctly, but she talked about the importance of family medical history and the genetic mirror, who you resemble, where your traits are from. I remember the first time I went to see a doctor for my annual visit after my discovery, and he was also a new doctor to me. And so he was going over my family medical history. And he started with, let's go over your mother's medical history. And I went through that and I did pretty darn good as I was going through that, answering all of his questions. But then he said, now let's talk about your father's medical history. And he was met with me sitting there with tears just rolling down my face, crying, um, heaving, crying. And of course, in those moments, he didn't quite know what to do. I don't think he really knew what to say, but at some point, I explained to him what happened, and I remember he threw his clipboard behind him and he said, oh, that can wait another time. And he leaned over and he took my hand and he said, tell me about this. That was a very healing moment for me with that doctor. And I'm aware that not everybody has that story, but we did get into the medical history as I slowly learned the medical history once I began to figure out, while I figured out who I wasn't really quickly, it took me a year before I figured out who my biological parent was. So, and then the story itself, as we've heard over and over and over it today, is your story is lost. I mean, it's not totally lost, but your origin story, the traditions. Jody talked a little bit about now, do I um, explore new traditions? Do I let go of the old traditions? And you're grappling with this truth that was, you were told a truth. Bobby talked about moral injury, but you were told a truth. And not everything you were told about who you were, it turns out to be true. And so there's a loss of self and a loss of your origin story. And naming what is lost is the first step towards what can still be found. And we heard multiple stories today and last night about the things that we can do to move forward with our lives. And I'm going to leave most of that also to Bradley as part of his talk. So into the messy middle part of this, and this is where some storytelling is going to come in for me. So in the messy middle, part of it is that the old story no longer fits exactly. I mean, some parts of the old story fit because in my case, my story with my mother didn't change, but my paternal story drastically changed. And then in the messy middle, you're still trying to sort through and figure out where you are, what's going on, who you are. As I shared, I was a year. I know other people, it's years before they can figure out what their identity is and who they are. And we're left in this loopy cycle, kind of suspended in space in the in-between, trying to make sense of what happened to us and just who am I now? Okay, so here's my definition of the messy middle. And this one was kind of adapted from Scott Belsky, who did a book on entrepreneurship and entrepreneurs. And he started talking about why a lot of businesses never get to fruition because people often quit in the messy middle. So that was his concept. So I just took his definition and adapted it for our use for the NPE experience. So the messy middle is the volatile, disorienting stretch. I'm not going to read it all, that upends everything. And I believe it's the hardest part. This is part of what Scott Belsky said, that the messy middle is the hardest part of going through the experience because we're not moving in a straight line. Grief and hope coexist in the messy middle. And we're also trying to make sense of our fractured identity. And it's slowly being remade, and we're searching and trying to come up with a sense of the new self that's trying to take shape. So the picture, and here's the story. I went to a women's retreat in Hawaii. I had been to this retreat a prior time, and it was so helpful for me. I just couldn't wait to get back. And I knew what to expect for this retreat because the first time I didn't know it was going to involve doing artwork. But this time I knew it would involve doing artwork. So I went thinking this is going to be great and wonderful. The first retreat that I went to, oh my God, I had so much fun and I can't wait to do this again. And I get there and the retreat opens up and everything is going really great. The host is doing really good explanations for what we're going to be doing and why we're there. But because her program had grown tremendously, she invited people to come in to be helpers for her. And I guess she had trained them. And so the helper that came to my group was really new at all of this. And for whatever reason, maybe deliberately, all older women were put in one group together with this really young helper. And she was, as we were doing our work on this painting, and this painting, the way it works, it involved doing layers and layers and layers and layers on top of layers to come out with the beautiful picture. But what was happening in my case is each layer I was doing, I was struggling, I was getting frustrated, I was using a lot of choice language internally as I was trying to do my painting. And at some point, it didn't happen just to me, but at some point, the helper came over to me and she looked at maybe the third layer of my painting. And she told me that my painting, that I painted the face of my person here too dark. And because I was already a chaotic mess, and I didn't even realize how chaotic I was until these moments, which is why I like to use this picture. When she told me that the painting was too dark, I got upset. And I started marking over with the white that you can see on the chin and the eyes and the cheeks, and saying, well, if you think it's too dark, and then I just started messing with it really badly. Then I was getting frustrated because I couldn't get the hair right. I couldn't get the puzzle pieces right. So to the left, you see my version of trying to make a puzzle piece. And even at some point, I walked over to her and I said something like, you should be careful about what you say to people because what you said to me, I just did not like. And I walked back over to the painting and I put MM in the lower right-hand corner of the painting because it was in that moment I thought about Scott Belsky and I said, I am in the messy middle of my NPE experience. So at some point, a friend of mine that had gone with me and I made a decision to leave because she was getting upset up so with the moderator. So first we took out paintings because we were mad and we left and we ran and we stopped at a bar and we got a drink before going to the airport to kind of downshift from what had happened. And then I get to the airport and I'm standing there with my carry-on bag and my painting and my friend is in front of me and she puts her bag into the conveyor belt and it goes through and she puts her painting and it goes through. I put my bag and it goes through and I put my painting into the conveyor belt and it gets stuck and they cannot get this painting out of this conveyor belt. And I'm standing there going, oh, what else could go wrong in my life right now? Yeah. So I was, pretty discombobulated. And finally, the TSA agent got the painting out. And instead of putting it back in, he wove it around the back of the conveyor and handed it to the TSA agent on the other side. Now, what I want you to imagine on the other side is there was this Samoan guy who was really tall and built like The Rock. And he takes the painting and he looks at it and he looks at me and he said, well, did you buy this painting? And in indignity, I said, no, I painted that myself. And he goes, oh, and then he looks at it again. And I don't know if you can see me, but he looks at it again and he says, are you feeling kind of messy, Ed? And I was stunned because he didn't know about my MM in the corner, meaning messy middle, but he could clearly see through my painting that something was feeling messy. But before he handed it to me, he pulled it back and he looked at it again and he looked at me and he said, I like her. And then he gingerly handed it to me and I took it back and I looked at it and I looked at him and I said, I love her. And that was a huge moment for me. It didn't end my messy middle, but it was a huge moment for me to be able to recognize that I'm just kind of all over the place right now. I'm stuck in some places, I'm moving in other places. I feel suspended in some ways. And so this is, and in fact, this happened just before I was going to an NPE retreat. And so I had the painting with me, and somewhere in there, when I was sitting against the wall in my room that night, I looked at it and I went, oh, I'm going to talk about the messy middle. And I've gotten a lot of positive feedback about the messy middle experience. So here's a graphic that I came up with to show the messy middle is that period of being in disorientation and going between the life quake and the disorientation and getting to some meaning making and getting to the other side of the healing journey, and so going into this, you're disoriented. We talked about ambiguous loss and disenfranchised grief. All of that is going on. We have the identity questions. We have the challenges that are going on with our families. We're searching for answers. And we're looping. I wish I could see people to be able to say, I hope, does this resonate? And Bradley's going to have to give me a hack on time because my sweet little granddaughter took my phone from me, so I can't see the time anymore.
It looks like I think we get about 5 minutes. Is that right,
About
Jody?
5 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to try to make this very quickly.
Yes,
so 5 minutes. So why does the messy middle feel so hard? Questions exceed answers. The identity certainty has been disrupted. Pieces, the puzzles, the Jenga no longer fit together, and multiple emotions can exist all at once. We can feel relief in one moment, feel devastation another moment, anywhere in between, and then at the same time, meaning is still emerging while we're in the messy middle part of this experience. And then one of the other things I really want to bring out, I learned this phrase from one of my supervisors when I was in my therapy program many, many years ago. where she would talk to us about normal responses to abnormal circumstances. So that's part of what I want to say is as we're going through this journey, as NPEs, to recognize that when we are looping, when we are fracturing, when we're searching, questioning, grieving, that we're having very normal responses to an abnormal circumstance. And it goes back to Bobby's excellent talk on trauma responses, is that this was a major disruption. It was like a bomb being dropped on you. I remember that's how I felt. It's saying, feeling like, wow, someone just dropped a bomb on me. That famous song, "You dropped a bomb on me." And then in closing, if you remember nothing else, it's where I started. You are not crazy. You are not broken. You are not alone. The new story is yours. The messy middle takes grit, and it takes more grit than I would have ever have imagined when this journey started for me. I am moving to the other side of the journey, and so there is a new chapter that we get to write. And I'm really kind of liking the chapter that I'm getting to write about who I am and who I am now and where I belong and where I fit. And thank you.
Thank you, Paulette. That was amazing as normal. I'll still never forget when I heard the messy middle first and when I had some words to put to where I was and why I felt the way I was and to give myself a little grace because I felt like I would make some progress and then all of a sudden I was back in a mess or something triggered something and it gave me a phrase to realize, okay, this is a stage and it's okay to, take a few steps forward and then a step back and a few steps forward and a step back and to realize that that's kind of part of that journey right there.
Journey. Right. Yeah. When I was going through the Arkansas mountains for the one that you and I first met, I remembered how loopy those mountains were. And there were times that we would make bad turns and we'd have to go back. And there were other times that we couldn't see what was ahead of us. And the whole time that was happening, I kept thinking, this is the metaphor for my messy middle, right? Sometimes I can see clearly. Sometimes I was really enjoying the scenery. Other times I was gripping as my husband was taking these, so the messy middle kind of feels like looping around a beautiful mountain scene that's got some pretty treacherous twists and turns.
Yes. So we're going to move on to our final presentation, which brings together many of the themes that we've explored throughout this weekend. And I just want to thank the presenters that have gone so far. It's been so much wonderful information and things that I know that I'm going to be able to take back with me once we're done with this and really kind of dig into a little deeper. It's given me a lot of points of self-reflection. So I just want to thank everyone that has presented so far. Our final presenter, Mr. Bradley Hall, our fearless president, who I just want to plug, by the way, has done an amazing job. He was kind of maybe voluntold he was going to be president. I don't really remember how that went down, but when John had retired and had done such a wonderful job, and we're kind of all looking at each other. And I think Bradley had just kind of volunteered. It's like, oh, yeah, I'll be on the board. And we're like, okay, yeah, you're president, kind of a thing. But anyway, it was great. And he's done an amazing job and has really poured his heart and soul into getting ready for this summit. So I just want to thank you, Bradley, for everything that you have done to get this all put together. And then his presentation focuses on moving from survival mode toward personal agency, self-advocacy, and ownership of your story. So let me read his bio real quick. So, like I said, Bradley is president of the NPE Network Board of Directors, author of the NPE Experience and Being Blessed is a Choice, a book that is coming. Is that your book already done or the book coming out?
The Being Blessed choice is already available. The
Okay,
NPE
that one's
series,
already available.
yeah, I'm releasing in August.
Yes, and so he's got another book coming out in August. He's certified trauma recovery coach, speaker, and advocate for people navigating identity disrupting life events. 2005, Bradley experienced a personal crisis that challenged his identity, his relationships, and his understanding of himself, and launched a years-long self-discovery journey where he studied psychology, philosophy, trauma recovery, and mindfulness. That foundation became unexpectedly relevant in 2018 when he made his NPE discovery. Drawing from both lived experience and years of study, Bradley's become a respected voice on identity disruption, post-traumatic growth, and the challenges that follow a DNA surprise. He blends his education and lived experience to help others move through grief, uncertainty, family complexity, and the work of rebuilding a coherent sense of self. Through his hundreds of volunteer hours with the NPE network community, Bradley is committed to helping people move out of survival mode and into healing, integration, and empowerment. And I will tell you that little last snippet right there was pivotal for me in my healing journey when I realized that that's what I needed to, and it's going to be different for everybody, and he's going to go into that, but get from that I'm just surviving this to how can I be an advocate for myself in this, and really heal and then eventually help others. So please welcome Bradley.
So, thank you. Thank you for that, Jody. I just want to take another second to acknowledge I'm so grateful to be doing this again. This is the fifth one. I took a 2-year hiatus for some personal reasons. I needed to recoil and take care of myself. I'm glad to be back here, and everything just kind of unfolded with coming back into the scene. And there was a board position open, and then I joined the board, and then John's term was up, and somehow I found myself voluntold, I guess, but eagerly took this position, and I'm so excited to be here and to do this again. I've missed it. I missed all of you, and I'm appreciative of all the speakers here and this organization and all of you for showing up, and we couldn't do this if there wasn't anybody here. This would have been over. So we're grateful that you joined us here. So over the past 2 days, we have talked about discovery, trauma, grief, family systems, relationships, and healing. And so now what I'd like to do, we've heard from some amazing presenters, and there's a lot of things that I could have had in here that they have touched on, perhaps even better than I could have. So I'm going to recap a little bit of what they said to try to tie it into what I'm going to say throughout this presentation. Dr. Bethel and I teach the trauma, the NPE trauma advanced course for the International Association of Trauma Recovery Coaching for Bobby. And she typically teaches the identity disruption lesson. And then the next week I teach the identity reconstruction and reconciliation. We work together on those, but she leads the first one and I lead the second one. Fortunately for us, we've had some speakers today that have already touched a lot on the reconstruction and the reconciliation as well. Because so many things that I usually talk about have been mentioned, I'm going to roll through those and try to tie it in to some of the other things that I teach. So I will be technically blending 3 presentations into one. I'm going to touch on reconstruction, reconciliation, but I'm shifting my focus today more on the mindset needed to really take this thing head on. So the 3 things, to oversimplify, we have what has happened to me, what am I going to do about it, and how I live my life from here. And all 3 of these things are very, very important. They obviously go together. But the last 2 are more intertwined, in my opinion, than the first one. The second one is the plan. And the last one, how do I live my life from here, is less about the action steps from the action plan and more about the mindset to drive that action plan. And the identity disruption, reconstruction have already been heavily covered. So I'm going to jump in. I'm going to share part of my story real quick. I won't get into detail about it, but I think, it's relevant to some of the things that I talk about. In my case, I had suspected for years. I told you earlier, I looked nothing like my biological father. We had nothing in common. We still struggle. Ironically, my discovery has brought us even closer. We still struggle. We sit in the same room and won't talk for a long period of time. We don't have much in common. I mean, we have love and respect for each other and general interest in each other's lives, but we just don't have anything in common. And so before this, my discovery, it was even worse, and I didn't have that mirroring, and I thought something was wrong with me. But I put off pursuing, looking, or asking my. I had a conversation with my my birth certificate father in 2005. He told me that he suspected, and I told him that I suspected, but I put off having a test out of respect for him, and that's something now that I'll talk about this. I'll talk about this here in more in a bit, but it's something now that I regret. But our experience and our journey is our journey, and had I done it earlier, the circumstances would have changed, and I don't know where it would have ended up. So I don't dwell on that too much. But I ended up taking the DNA test for fun, just to find out our heritage. There was a lot of questions about my wife and our heritage, and her. She didn't know her father, and so we just took the test for fun. I didn't know what was going to come with it. And the results were fun. And then when we got done with the results, it was at a holiday party. We revealed the results to the family. We had fun with it, played a little game. And then after that, I went, curiosity started digging around deeper on the website, and I found, a sheet with half of the names that I didn't recognize. And I called my birth certificate father and I said, "Hey, I took this test and I don't recognize half the names on here." And he said, "Well, I'm not surprised." And that was the beginning of it. My mother was in extreme denial. I don't know if any of you caught the CBS Sunday Morning episode that Dr. Bethel and I were on. My infamous line, because of the attack, the conflict with Iran popped up that week. Everything I said got edited out except for my mother was unapproachable, and my mother saw it. And none of the other context was mentioned, and that made it extremely worse. So I didn't have contact with my mother for 7 years until last September, and we still don't really talk about it. So, all right. So, as we've talked about for 2 days, it is totally normal for this discovery it's a massive paradigm shift, and it is totally normal for it to become the actual focal point of everything. Yesterday, Dr. Sardinia helped us understand just how deeply the DNA discovery can disrupt our understanding of family, race, culture, belonging, identity, and not just Dr. Sardinia. Everyone here has talked about it. Jody, Stephanie, Eliane, and Eliane actually showed us that it isn't just a family event; it's also a cultural identity event. So, and Stephanie and Jody's testimony both covered both of those things. So the question that I want to explore today is, once all the disruption happens, what do we do next? Which I think is probably, there are two reasons that you're here. One is to be validated with a large group of people who also who understand what you're going through, and to help you sort out wherever you're at in your journey, what is the next step, and look for some of that guidance. Now, before I go any further, and I want to make this very clear, and there are many people here today that will back me up on this. I do know what you're going through. I have my own experience. I have been working with people in this community since 2018. I know how much pain and suffering and awkwardness and anger this has caused in your life. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that I'm a huge supporter of letting this run its course on its own timetable. I think Jody talked about that a little bit. I do not believe in forcing it. Forcing it buries will bury it. And sometimes the end result is worse. You've heard a lot of people talk about when they made their discovery that all their childhood trauma came back up with it. And that's what happens when we bury our trauma is we may get through the rest of our lives unscathed, but God forbid there's one thing that comes along and triggers it and will send us sideways into a tailspin and everything else comes out with it. So please take your time. Initially, after the trauma is what I refer to as a post-tictal state. Medically, the post-tictal state is the period immediately after someone has a seizure. And during a seizure, neurons expend a massive amount of energy. And the post-tictal state is essentially the brain's cooling down period. And it's caused by a mix of neurotransmitter depletion and altered blood flow and active suppression of the excessive electrical activity in the brain. And the brain, there's so much happens at once during the seizure, the brain essentially like cools off, it shuts down just to kind of regroup. And I encourage everyone in your situation to do that. I know that Dr. Bethel and I for years have been telling people, don't react, let it sit. Jody talked about sitting with your emotions, and really take this in, really feel the experiences, don't bury them, recoil, take care of yourself. I use this term, the post-tictal state, to encourage NPEs to recoil a little bit, slow down, and don't put pressure on yourself to act right away. There's too much confusion going on. Take this time to cool off, gather some knowledge, lick your wounds a little bit, and save your strength. I tell you to save your strength because the next stage is coming, and this will be what counts. So what I'm getting ready to tell you is a companion to what I just said. It is gospel, but I encourage you to fit it into your story. Your story is unique. That's why we're very cautious about giving advice here, because the answer to your question is what is best for you. And Jody talked about that. You will hear me talk about that all the time. I always tell people come to me. One of the biggest things people ask me is should I tell my family or should I not tell my family? Should I tell my birth father? Should I not? And my answer is always that I don't care which decision you make, as long as you make the decision in your best interest. And I think Catherine talked about that, was talking about that a little bit earlier. If it makes sense for you to not have this conversation with people and not share secrets after someone asks you, then that's exactly what I want you to do. If you're keeping a secret just for someone else and it's killing you, Jody talked about that a little bit, then I want you to do some soul searching, and I want you to find the courage to speak your truth. But whatever is best for you is whatever all of us here want for you. So with that said, the reality is, whether it feels like it or not, the discovery is only the beginning. That moment is just the start of our journey. Oh, I got a hair trigger here. All right. I'm just going to briefly blow through this because we've had some amazing people already talk about this. I love hearing Bobby Parrish and Dr. Bethel talk about this. I've learned so much from both of them. But the identity disruption, most people think, hey, I found out who my biological father was. And that isn't really the disruption. The disruption is everything I believe about myself has suddenly come into question. It's a cultural identity issue, as Eliane talked about. Identity encompasses the memories, experiences, the relationships, and the values that generate our sense of self. And the reason that's important, the reason I read that definition, is that it means whether you know it or not, you have participated heavily in creating who you are. And I can prove it. Most of it is done at an early development age, that you didn't realize that you were doing it. But some of it I can point out that you did. At some point, you chose what kind of clothes you were going to wear. When you were a teenager, you decided which kind of music you prefer to listen to. You may have changed that along the way somewhere, but you made those decisions. You chose what sports you like to watch or you like to play, or if you if you're creative, you like to paint or you like an instrument. You chose what you read, what you watch on TV, what you eat, what you drink. So these are there's a great book called The Four Agreements that Don Miguel Ruiz talks about, that we make these agreements along the way. And you have done that. You're weaving this tapestry of identity and creating the narrative as you go along. And we see this in children when a small child will put on their mother's shoes or their father's hat, or they will walk like their parent or talk or repeat something their parent said. The child is watching and learning and creating their identity as they go by mimicking what they see and hear around them. Now, but you weren't aware that was happening, and then suddenly, through no fault of your own, you got the news, and suddenly the rules all changed without notice. And that's when the foundation shifted. That's when the foundation, the metaphor, the analogy I use about having the foundation just blown out from underneath you, everything shifted, and half of who you thought you were is just suddenly gone. Now I want to just throw in here real quick. I don't think Bobby touched on this, but I've heard Bobby say this a lot. I'm a student of Carl Jung, and he was big on this too. That I want you to understand that everything that you're going through with this experience is Bobby says it best. I'm going to explain what it means a little bit of detail, but Bobby says it best when Bobby says that you're having a normal response to an abnormal situation. There's nothing wrong with you. Carl Jung believed that he actually had a split with Freud because they had an argue over pathology. He didn't believe that people were sick. He believed that people's minds were doing what they were designed to do, and as Bobby said, they were having a normal response to an abnormal situation, and that through careful steps that could be undone, and that he actually believed. There's a quote that Carl Jung is famous for that says, "Thank God they became neurotic, because had they not become neurotic, they wouldn't have known something was wrong, and they wouldn't have sought help, and they wouldn't have been able to heal, and in a lot of cases make their lives better." So it's important that you understand that you're not broken. You're hurt. There's no doubt about it, and you're probably changed forever. The person that you thought you were is gone. There is no doubt about that. But you are just hurt, and it takes time to heal. And like any injury, it's important to take the correct steps to heal properly. Now, many of you have shown that here, but you're here, and you're seeking information, you're seeking fellowship, and you're on the right track, and that's amazing. So I just wanted to say that that's huge, and we see you. So the question becomes, how do we put ourselves back together? So the easy part, or I don't want to say easy part. I don't want to say that. Scratch that from the record. The easier part than the discovery, in my opinion, is the reconstruction. And Donnie talked about this heavily. And Jody's testimony really talked about this as well. Because the good news is, if you've heavily participated in creating who you were unknowingly, imagine what you can do now that that you're aware and you understand. You get to pick and choose from here. You're under no obligation to choose one thing over another. And in fact, I'm going to go over this more here in a few minutes, but the only thing that I implore you to do is I encourage you to choose you. Everything else should work from there. Discovery adds to who you are. It doesn't subtract from who you are, as Elian eloquently said yesterday. This isn't an either or thing. It's not black and white. You get to choose. You get to choose the old family or the new family, or you get to choose elements from both. The cultures you get to blend. The challenge is learning how to hold both those truths at the same time. Now the reconciliation is a little bit different. This is not only reconstructing who you are, but it's learning to eventually meld those things into effortlessly just being that person, right? If you're discovering a new habit, it takes time to integrate that habit into who we are. And the same thing is we're doing this reconstructing our identity. Some of it may feel weird and foreign at first, but the more we're consciously aware and we're taking steps and making effort, then the more this will become ingrained into our personality and how we see ourselves. And that's the difference between reconstruction and reconciliation. The reconstruction is rebuilding, and the reconciliation is bringing ourselves back together, basically making ourselves whole. It's taking the components that we choose to meld together to become whole again. Now, it does not. Here's what it does not mean. Sorry. It does not mean getting over it. It does not mean forgetting about it. It does not mean letting anyone else or yourself minimizing what's happening or pretending anything. It's not about that at all. It's about being honest with yourself, having hard conversations, sometimes even having a hard conversation with yourself. If you've watched any of my videos or heard me speak at all, I talk a lot about affirmations in the mirror. I'm a big proponent in talking. I grew up, I have a story about that I don't have time for today, but I one day realized that I don't talk to myself very well, and I started doing what's called a manual override. And when I caught myself doing it, I would contradict whatever negative thing I just said to myself with something positive. I've encouraged people to talk to themselves in a mirror, and if that's going to work for you, that's what I encourage you to do as well. So having these hard conversations with other people and with ourselves, honoring your emotions, don't run from them, don't hide them, understand that you are grieving without a funeral, as Elian said. Know that it's okay to be confused. It's okay to be angry. It's normal to feel uncertainty. I'm sorry, my screen jumped, so I need to go back to where I was here. So basically, and I think I may have heard Jody, I think Jody may have said this on my podcast. She said that she had to understand that it was okay to not be okay. And that's something I really want you to come away with today. There are days you're going to feel good, and there are days you're going to backslide and not feel good. And it doesn't matter which one of those happens. They are natural steps in this progress, in your progress in this process. So drop the guilt and the shame. They have no place here. This is already, we're not somebody's shameful secret. Shame's a four-letter word, in my opinion. We don't talk about that here. It's important that you do what you need to do to heal, and don't add any undue pressure to that. Because at some point in this, we face a choice, and I'm going to talk about that in this next slide. All right, so I'm a retired firefighter. And what many people don't understand is that when you hear reports that someone has died in a fire, that the majority of the time that person is found, and typically, unfortunately, it's small children, but it does happen with adults also, that person is usually found under a piece of furniture, particularly usually the bed, or in a closet. So what's happening is that the mind is irrational in that situation. It's survival mode. So they think that if they just crawl under the bed or in the closet, that they're going to hide from the threat that's around them in the fire. Now, we're not in the fire, so to us that doesn't make any sense. We're like, well, you can't go under the bed or in the closet because you died, and that was not a good decision. But in that moment, when we're in survival mode, we don't logically think. The brain shuts down and makes minimal decisions to try to get us to safety as quickly as possible. Okay. So obviously we know that in the fire, that crawling under the bed or in the closet isn't going to save us, that it's going to reach us eventually. And that's what pretending this isn't happening and just moving on and not dealing with what's happening, that's what it does for us. It's temporary, but the fire is still there. And I'm here to tell you that the only option that we have is at some point we have to go through the fire to get out to the exit. Now, I can't tell you that you're not going to get burned on the way out. That may happen. This experience changes us dramatically. You're never going back to the way it was. The gift can't go back in the box the way it came wrapped. But I can guarantee to you that once you're outside, that's where the safety is. That's where the growth is. That's where the happiness is found. Okay, so you have a choice. You can crawl into the closet, and even to go back to some of my analogy a few minutes ago, go in the closet and take a few deep breaths and get your energy up and get your adrenaline up and psych yourself up to be able to go run back out. That's the recoil I was talking about. But at some point, we have to move through the fire to get outside. Which brings us to ownership. So ownership is where we transition from the survival mode to empowerment. And this is critical. I actually have a video on YouTube if you want to watch it, where I gave an ownership presentation a few years ago, where I go into great detail with the story. So I won't go. I don't have time to go into detail for the story today. But I will tell you that I grew up people pleasing. I heard a lot of people talk about that today. When I made this discovery, I had been through some things earlier in my life that prepared me for this. And one of the things I suddenly woke up and realized is that I was worried about how this was affecting everybody else, and it was putting undue stress on me, and it was preventing me from healing the way I needed to heal. And so at some point, I was so angry, and at some point, I just woke up and realized that I was taking control of the whole thing. And so my confusion, my anger, my grief, my healing, my future, everything, I was like, this is on me. I am not going to sit around and wait for other people to do what I wish they would do to make me happy, because it's not working. See, I got excited, and I just went off script and got ahead of myself. This ownership was a huge shift in my thinking and my empowerment. And earlier, Catherine's point that she's keeping it to herself. That is what's best for her. Kimberly made a comment about picking her poison, and that certainly ties in with the ownership. So I want you to think about this. I want you to exercise agency over your life and make sure that you are putting yourself at center of all of these decisions. So I mentioned on the last slide that what happens if your healing depends on someone else's behavior, right? And the reality is that you're giving them the power and the control over your own healing. And there shouldn't be anybody that should care about your well-being more than you. If there is, there's a problem. I know that we're raised to see that differently, and especially a lot of people in this room grow up to be people pleasers and caretakers, and there's a self-advocacy begins when we take ownership and stop asking permission to exist. It begins when you find your own voice. Yesterday, Elian talked about the voice being protective, and I couldn't I couldn't agree more. The moment we begin speaking our truth and setting our boundaries and expressing our needs, we stop being passive participants in our story and become active authors of it. I loved on one of Stephanie's slides, she talked about her and her husband had mutual submission. And absolutely love that term. That to me, and I don't think that I don't, I know a lot of people think that being submissive is counterintuitive to what I'm talking about. But in Stephanie's slide where they were mutually submissive, they're both concerned about their own well-being. And part of that well-being is making sure that each other's happy and they submit to each other to do that. But there has to be strength in their own personalities to be able to do that effectively, like they were able to do that. So what does this entail? It means learning to set and maintain boundaries. It means being able to speak your truth. It means asking questions, learning as much as you can. Here's a big one. It means learning to say no. I'm giving you permission to say no when you need to say it. It means protecting your mental health. It means going no contact if necessary. I told you I went no contact with my mother, and the people that were around that happened will tell you that I said that I would not regain contact with my mother until I was relatively sure that I could regain contact with her and not allow her to push my buttons. It wasn't about her. It wasn't about if she stops doing this or she stops doing that. I took ownership. I said, I won't have a relationship with her until I am sure of my behavior that I cannot allow her to push my buttons any longer, because I knew she wasn't going to change. And so I was either going to have a relationship with her or I wasn't, but it was all going to be contingent upon my behavior. As I talked about earlier, telling or not telling, whatever's best for you. I just want you to choose yourself. Okay, so loving someone does not require sacrificing yourself. That's what the point I was trying to get to about Stephanie that she made. In fact, in my opinion, if someone refuses to accept that you need space and that you have boundaries, then maybe their place in your life should be reevaluated. In my opinion, if someone doesn't have enough respect for you to honor those things, then why are you honoring things with them? Now, life's a lot more complicated, and I don't want you to just go destroy relationships because of one simple thing I said. Okay, but in a mutual relationship, you should be able to have respect for each other, to respect boundaries and to listen and to try to understand as best you can. You can still love people and not sacrifice yourself. And for some of us, we've never experienced that. Right? So there are rings availability around you. So some get to be inside your primary circle, some get to be in the secondary circle, and some are in the outer zone, and some need just pushed out way beyond where you can't even see them. Okay? So if there's one thing I want you to take away from this, I want you to understand that choosing yourself isn't selfish, and it's not a luxury. It is a necessity for this experience. This one shift will save you so much unnecessary suffering. Okay? So again, we didn't choose this. And if anyone asks, we certainly wouldn't have chosen this. So we didn't choose it. We inherited it. Yep. That was a pun. That one's for you, Barry. And all kidding aside, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're going through this. I truly am sorry. I from my experience, I know I'm truly sorry that any of us are going through this, but I need to reframe it again. I would never just flat out tell you that becoming an NPE is a gift, because the pain is very real and the losses are real. The grieving is real. But sometimes hidden inside this experience are gifts that we never asked for. You're going to learn courage, even if you didn't ask for it. You're learning real quick what authenticity really is. You're going to learn more about yourself than you ever imagined. I'm hopeful that you're going to learn how to set and maintain boundaries. You're certainly going to learn resilience by default. You don't get a choice in that one either. And hopefully you're going to experience new relationships that you never knew existed. In the NPE trauma class that I teach with Dr. Bethel, we laugh when I say that this experience actually helped all of us skip decades of therapy. In therapy, we we undo the decades of programming. It takes years in therapy to undo the decades of programming. And ours was just undone within minutes with a click of a button. But in a weird way, we hit the identity disruption lottery. Even though we wouldn't have opted to play, and it's not really a game we wanted to win. Suddenly, my point is that uh, this is anything I want anyone to go through, but the reality is that it does offer this unique opportunity, and the illusion was shattered. The reality is that who you thought you were was not real. It wasn't real. You created that. You unknowingly you created it. Okay, but now you know what is real, and you get to start with realness, with authenticity, and you get to build it brick by brick the way you want it and in the direction you want to go for the rest of your life. Because most people create their identity unconsciously. You did, I did, everyone does. And then the discovery happens and it's devastating, but it is an opportunity. Okay. So this is, part of my presentation that Elian covered much more in depth than I usually do. What parts of your old identity do you want to keep? What parts no longer serve you? What parts of the new identity explore? What parts do you want to pick up from there? I want you to focus on that. And I want you to focus on you. Because this is the real opportunity to build the life that you love. Bobby says that all the time, and I love it. Just build the life that you love. Don't just exist anymore. Don't just be something that somebody else told you to be. You get to authentically rebuild who you are. And you literally get to be who you were literally born to be. So when I bought the DNA test, I thought I was buying Ancestry, but what I was really buying was the truth. And the truth took a lot of things away from me, but it's given me a lot back. It's given me opportunities. It's given me choices. So you didn't choose this experience, but you can choose what this experience becomes. And you can either stay in the room or you can run through the fire to safety. And that's all I have.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Bradley. Again, much like with Paulette and Bobby, I get so much every time I listen to you talk again. Something new pops up. I am going to ask you a question. I didn't want it to get lost because it was kind of up right away. She said, as a Jungian, what would you say about applying the hero's journey to the NPE journey? She said she thinks archetypes could be a rich source of inspiration and healing and encouraging people that they're on a treasure hunt.
Who asked that question? I'm impressed with that question with the hero's journey. For those that don't know the hero's journey, it's a concept by Joseph Campbell that is derived from Jungian psychology and depth psychology, and the hero's journey. The best way to explain the hero's journey is that you see it in all of your hero movies, Star Wars, The Lion King. So it's basically the journey that in life. Let's take The Lion King for example. Simba was just going through life; everything was great. He was a king's son, the prince, blah 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 blah. And then suddenly everything changed, and everything was taken away from him. And what he do? He recoiled. He went and he hid. He tried to run from his experience. He didn't want to face the demons. He didn't want to face the dragon. He didn't want to face Scar. And eventually, at some point, it caught up with him, and he realized that he had an obligation, and he had to embark on this journey, and he had to go back and face the trauma that he was facing, and he had to overcome that trauma. And in the hero's journey, there's a lot of references to descending into the cave and fighting the dragon to get the hoard of gold that the dragon is laying on. And this totally fits what we're doing here. You can't get the treasure unless you slay the dragon. And the only way to slay the dragon is you're going to have to confront what's in front of you and the trauma that's in front of you. But the the majesty of that story is that once you slay the dragon, then you get the gold that's underneath. And that's exactly what I've been talking about in this presentation. Great questions.
My question is, how long will I be sitting here in the whale's belly? And I think we all have, I mean, that's literally the messy middle in the whale. It's like, how long?
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that obviously we don't know. There's no way, and to know, that's each person has to respond to that differently. But it also doesn't just completely go away. I've talked to so many 8 years now into this. I've talked to so many people that come back and say, "Hey, I went to all these meetings and I went to all these workshops and everything was good. And then, 3 years later, something happens and they come back and they say, I don't know what's wrong with me. I regress a little." And I said, nothing's, nothing's wrong with you. Trauma stays with us. It becomes part of who we are. And especially as we age and get older, we see it from a different vantage point. I had someone ask me, "Hey, do you think I should come to this summit meeting?" Their discovery was a long time ago. They came to a lot of meetings. They said, "Do you think I should come back?" And I said, "Absolutely, you should come back, because you're going to hear it differently this time than you heard it last time. And maybe you can go a little deeper and do a little more work and heal a little bit more." Awesome. Okay, so welcome everyone back from the reflection rooms. I know I have said it repeatedly, but what an incredible weekend. This turned out to be better than I even expected, and I'm an optimist. So I'm grateful for all the presenters. But I want to start with the attendees. I mean, thank you for your courage, your vulnerability, your participation, your willingness to learn. I know that you have busy lives and you have a lot going on. I know that you're carrying difficult emotions. You're dealing with complicated family situations, and you have profound questions about identity and belonging, and still you chose to come spend your weekend with us, and we're incredibly grateful for that. This weekend reminded us of something that we say often at the NPE network, and while every story is unique, none of us has to walk this journey alone. All right. So real quick, I want to thank the presenters. As I mentioned, they were board members. We wanted to highlight how dynamic this board is and honor the work that everyone on this board has been putting into what we're doing here at the NPE network. And so Dr. Sardinia, Elian Aldine, Stephanie, Jody, Bobby, and Dr. Bethel, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for sharing your expertise and your time and your personal insight with all of us. Each of these presenters brought a unique perspective, but the culmination of everything, and I touched on this in my presentation a lot, that all of this together ties in together and helped us better understand, our discovery, help us try to work through this identity disruption, identify the trauma, focus on the healing, and inspire us, to build relationships, and hopefully the part that I spend a lot of time on, not that that's more important, but personal empowerment, because that will truly help make your journey much different. So if you'd like to learn more about any of our presenters, their websites, organizations, and resources can all be found in the program guide. You should have received one in the email, but we put an updated one here in the chat. If you didn't get an updated version, please let me know. We'll drop it back in the chat here right before we leave. It's updated from the one that came in the email. Particularly, Elian Aldine's has been updated. But, you can certainly, she's a dynamic person that can be found all over the internet. So, but we encourage you to check out our presenters and the work that they're offering here in the NPE community. So Um, so this this organization has undergone a facelift, and this is a new board. But there've been a couple members here that have been here for a few years, and we got. I'm the newest member here on the board, and the first one I want to acknowledge is our former president, John Wise. He was here with us last night. He lives in Australia, and I don't blame him. It's probably 4 in the morning, I guess, for not being here today. But he served on this board for 2 years and oversaw some radical changes that this board desperately needed, and we owe him a big debt of gratitude and thanks for his time spent here on the board.
Bradley, may I do a slight correction on John?
Yes.
John was on this board almost from the beginning.
Okay.
So
I stand corrected. Thank you for that. Yeah. Okay. Next, we have these three amazing people. There are legacy advisors. One of them actually will return to the board or join the board soon. But first, I want to acknowledge Rebecca Drumstra. She was in on this from the beginning and put a lot of blood, sweat, time, and tears into helping us get to where we are now. She's a legacy advisor. I have conversations with her. I have a three-way text that I talk to her and Dr. Bethel almost every day, just like I do with Stephanie and Jody almost every day. And I'm very grateful for both of them and their insight and wisdom. And Dr. Bethel, too, has been here from the very beginning. We met back in 2018, and we've been working together since, putting a lot of things together for this organization. She introduced me to Bobby, and the rest is history. So I'm grateful to both of those people. And third, finally, is Josie Decker, and Josie has spent a lot of time and energy and her creativity helping us with marketing, building the website, branding. Her work has just been extensive to get us to this point. And I want to acknowledge these three because there's so much time and energy that have gone on behind the scenes before I even stepped in here. Came back a couple months ago, so we're grateful for them. And I want to thank Cleo. Cleo was here earlier. Was she here earlier today, or was she here yesterday? I don't remember.
Yesterday. She's Hawaii, so it's still really early there. Yeah.
Yeah. So Cleo, much of the work required to properly establish and strengthen the NPE network nonprofit has happened quietly behind the scenes, and Cleo has devoted countless hours helping ensure legal compliance, organizational structure, and operational integrity. Her dedication has been extraordinary. Her knowledge is I'm blown away. I'm blown away by her knowledge and her expertise, and she's incredibly valuable. And we're deeply grateful for her efforts and happy to have her here as well. So looking ahead, we have a lot of big plans and a lot of things we do. So we want to do. One of the things that we want to offer workshops. Many of the workshops will be continuations of some of the lectures that you heard here today. Because believe it or not, the things you heard today are just scratching the surface. There's so much that I left out of my presentation today that I wanted to include. And these workshops are going to be more of an interactive and immersion type of environment. There will be a nominal charge, but the presenters will not be compensated. The money, the investment for the workshop will go to support the NPE network in paying the bills and trying to bring future programs. Some of the you can see here on the slide that some of the workshops upcoming are supporting the NPE Partner Workshop, which will be facilitated by Jody and Stephanie. And of course, the Identity Disruption Workshop, which would be Dr. Bethel. The Identity Reconciliation Workshop, which will probably be myself and Dr. Bethel. the Owning Your NPE Experience workshop. And I can't see my slide right now. I think do I have Bobby's, the mother wound on there?
Mother wound.
Mhm.
Yeah, the mother wound is at the bottom.
Yeah, uniquely and strategically timed for Mother's Day.
I'd also like to, we haven't gotten this one nailed down yet, but I want to do one with kind of at that your family medical history angle, which is always
Yeah,
interesting
very cool.
to say the least. So that's going to be sometime in 2027.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is just the beginning. I mean, we want to continually offer these on a regular basis and give people access to the information, the help that they're looking for. So
Are these all online?
yes, well, yes,
Yes, they'll all be virtual.
all for virtual.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
yeah.
you.
For a fee, but this first big workshop was our summit was not, no fee, but these other ones will be used as fundraisers for the organization.
Yeah.
I was trying to understand how to make the donation. It was a little bit complicated. It was
okay.
asked a certain amount, and it was sort of like an addition, and I was kind of mixed up on how that worked.
Well, yeah.
Jeffy.
The Zephy link we used, I think it makes an assumption that we're going to charge a fee. So we were sort of like skirting the normal process by charging no fee. So the language that's hard coded in that system is like asking you when it's a $0 fee. But yes, we do accept donations anytime. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and you can always go to our website, npnetwork.org, to make a donation.
Okay, well, all I was saying is that Fluffy or something like that, or Jury, I can't remember what it's called, but
Zephy, it's just a donation platform.
Yeah, and so it said like $50, and then down below it said $58 and some odd cents. And I was a little confused.
It wants you to give them a donation to Zephy for being a free donation platform, but you can change that to $0. You don't have to give Zephy a little fee on top of that.
Okay, thank you. I didn't quite understand that.
That's okay. Thank you for bringing that up.
But we do. There's a donation button on the website? Is that right?
Yep.
Stephanie?
Yes.
Yep. There is a donation button, but Zephy will come back and ask if you want to
still
pay a fee. Them. So, and that's a choice.
So beware of Zephy.
Zephy is rare in that they don't charge.
It does.
The organization any transaction fees for processing donations.
Right.
Yes. So we get 100% of whatever you donate, and so that's why they put that in there.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for clarifying it for me.
Sure.
So some additional things that we're working on, obviously expanding the community programs. We're looking to build an approved resource directory, and we have some resources on our website, but we're looking to expand those and also to include coaches and therapists. We're developing additional educational content. We're expanding volunteer opportunities. We really want to grow this organization and help support the entire NPE community and the other community leaders and organizations. So we're trying to create new ways to support all of you, all the individuals and NPEs, and trying to even catch them earlier as soon as they're coming in and getting people the relief and the help they need and help them kickstart their journey. Okay, so we need your help. We're looking for volunteers. However you would like to be involved, we'd like to try to get you involved. We're still in the early stages, so we want to tell you if we have 75 of you send a volunteer form in the next, or an email the next day or two. It's going to take us a little time to sort out, but our next phase, our next step is to start putting volunteers and putting these resources together, and we'd love to have your involvement. So if you're interested in being a part of what we're doing, we'd love to hear from you. And we already mentioned, donations can be made through the NPE Network website. We're planning future fundraising events. As you can, I think I may actually be going into that, but we have a holiday fundraiser planned in December and a virtual holiday party that we would love to have you attend. Um, and every contribution helps expand, the education, support, and awareness in the programs that we're putting together. All right, so watch your email. We will be sending out the summit recording soon. As Jody mentioned, I will be doing a mindfulness check-in. I want to assure you that mindfulness isn't anything. This isn't woo-woo or voodoo or anything like that. Mindfulness has been a huge critical component of my recovery. I have a couple people here that I've had that conversation with, and they can tell you it's been a part of theirs at varying degrees. Some people have taken it deeper than others, and some people, if I can pick on you, Stephanie just told me the other day that she has incorporated just controlled breathing into her daily life to help control her thought processes and her anxiety a little bit. And it's just, your breath is magic, and so it's nothing. It's nothing I want you to worry about, but I'd like to invite you to check it out when I send it and give it a shot and see if it can help you in your journey. Also, we will be sending out notifications for upcoming workshops and events and the volunteer opportunities, and obviously resources and updates from the organization. Barry, did you have a question?
Just a quick question. I noticed that you had recorded this conference, so forth. Is that to be available again to listen to, or is that just for your archive sort of thing?
Yeah. So we're going to put these recordings on the website, and we will send out a notification to your email when they're ready. I'm an amateur video editor, so I can't tell you how long it'll take me, but we're going to try to get them out as soon as possible, and we'll alert you via email and on our webpage that they're available, and you can come back certainly and watch them as many times as you'd like to.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
You're welcome. So without further ado, I want to thank you one last time. Thank you for trusting us, period, and trusting us with your time. And I want to thank you for your courage and your willingness to show up for yourselves and for one another. And you'll notice, at the bottom, you're not alone. I hope you know that from this weekend. And together, we're really, this NPE network is really focused on strengthening this community, because together we truly are stronger. So I hope you have an amazing day, and I look forward to seeing all of you soon.